Hello. How are you? You ready to the stream? Let's see. Let's see. I've posted the thing on Blue Sky. The brand new growing thing. Everybody's moving to Blue Sky now, and I've posted the link to the stream on Blue Sky. We'll see. We'll see if the hordes of new Blue Sky users will flock to my stream, to the biggest Polish trans streamer. We'll see how many trans allies there are on Blue Sky. This is a test. This is a transphobia test. If people don't come, that means Blue Sky is a transphobic platform. And I have 107 followers on Blue Sky. So if I don't have at least 107 people watching here, that means that Blue Sky is transphobic. Does my logic make any sense to you? I think it's absolutely perfect, clad, tight logic. And also, every single one of those 107 followers should donate $1. Clearly, they're bigots. True. True. Everybody's moving to Blue Sky now. All the creators have decided to migrate to Blue Sky. I had Blue Sky when it was still password based. Oh. How are you all? How are you? Should we do a warm-up thing before we start doing the politics thing? Shall we wait for some more people? We're gonna be talking about Bad Empanadas video. There are a few Bad Empanadas videos that I actually wanted to tackle. There's an interesting video that I wanted to tackle about genocide. Genocide. Can you believe it? I hope you're good. I'm doing my best. I'm assembling equipment. I'm trying to learn the equipment. I'm setting up dates for new interviews in Ukraine. I will be going soon. I here have my... Look, I've mounted the shotgun mic to the camera. And I've decided that I will use the LiPo microphones with this little... I've not bought batteries. And I've realized that this also uses a memory, an SD card. So I need even more SD cards now. Because I also need to put one here. And I need to test how this records. The plan is I will be putting this on a tripod with the shotgun mic. Record the interview with that. I'll be placing this as well. I'll pin a microphone to the person and also to myself. And I'll be recording audio to sources. That's the plan. That's the plan. Also I have to get more batteries because I can see that the battery is starting to die fairly quickly on this. So I need more batteries. I need this fake battery with a cable to be able to keep using the thing. And also I need an SSD. Even more than one. I need SSDs to store the footage. So that's gonna be a challenge. So I'm hoping we're gonna be able to gather some donations. Okay? Gather some donations. Mm. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be okay, isn't it? Isn't it gonna be okay? Please tell me it's gonna be okay. It's not gonna be okay. It's gonna be a bad empanada time. And viewers like you, the ones that watch me, yes, the viewers that actually watch me like me. I will say that the viewers that actually decide to watch me do like me. Although I will tell you this, I've been rated a few times, and when I'm rated, I have 40, 50, 60 viewers, but nobody returns. So do viewers like me? Do viewers like me if none of the viewers return? From the raids? Thank you for all your work. Oh, the work. I've not done that much work yet. I will do some more work, but you know what? I'll do my best. I return after checking Reservoir. Who is Reservoir? Also, you should all join the page. My throat hurts. Who is Reservoir? A streamer. What do they stream? What does Reservoir stream? Brooks has been avoiding me. Brooks is dodging me. Drama. He's friends with Aiko. When will Aiko talk to me? Hmm? Is Aiko ever gonna be talking to me? Hey, I came in from another creator and I'm pretty loyal now. Wait, what creator did you come here from? Death of Philippe Auguste? Which creator did you come here from? He has less subs than you, but more live views. Gosh. Don't put salt into my wounds, okay? Don't put salt into my wounds. Yeah, I don't really have... Okay, I have subs. I have some subs, but I don't have... My only problem is that I don't have many live viewers, and not many people watch my VODs. Those are my only problems. Apart from that, everything's perfect. Apart from those two things, everything's going peach perfect. Aiko's never gonna talk to me, is she? I should brute force call in to Aiko, which is basically impossible. That's not a thing. Also, people don't really get notification. Aiko must be anti-Semitic then. True! That is true. Why the anti-Semitism? Exactly. Exactly. I haven't thought of that. But it's true. It has to be true. It's true. People on Blue Sky are bigots as well. None of them decided to join the stream. Have you noticed? Wait, hold on. Has someone commented? This is one comment. But I cannot view it. There's a one comment, but I click on it, there's nothing. That's weird. Can you relink your Blue Sky? Of course. I say, trying to link my Blue Sky. Wait, what happened? Oh, my laptop's dying. And I depend on the laptop to... I I depend on the laptop to view the comments. Hello. I'm gonna go on walk soon, and I'll start my 500 words. Zoom recorder? Oh yeah. I was thinking of just using the one that I bought, to be honest. I bought 2 cards for my camera. But yeah. Oh god. I'm back. Welcome back, Greater Rain. We've been waiting for you. Can someone link the blue sky and the side chat? But yes, nobody's coming. My blue sky experiment has failed. I should abandon using blue sky. I'm actually very bad at using social media. I should be more active. I should post more. It is really weird that my father was so much more active. Wait, didn't I say that we'll do it after politics? Nobody listens to me. No, absolutely nobody listens to me. I said that we're gonna do games after politics, and now I received an invite to a game. I'm just ignored all around. You should start more drama. No, I refuse. There are people that don't do drama and somehow they have audiences. Okay, it is possible. It is possible not to do drama and have a fairly sizable audience, a respectable audience. In fact, in social it does get attention. What drama should I start on social media? Gosh, I don't know. My father was far more active on social media than I was. I've already told you that. But yes, it's embarrassing. I should post more. I should be more active on social media because it's just embarrassing that I am so inactive. Seems to work for some. Maybe with Hassan. With Hassan! I should start a beef with Hassan Piker. Over Ukraine? Would he debate me? I'm small and insignificant. Should I debate him? In Ukraine? I should challenge Hassan. I should challenge Hassan on Ukraine. And since I'm small and insignificant, maybe he would agree. You know, well, he agreed to debate that other streamer that does drama content and is not super big. So maybe he would agree to talk to me, and then I would put a Sam Cedar and insert some super experienced other streamer to walk into a steel chair, and Hassan would be like, "Streamer X? What a nightmare." I'd definitely do that if Hassan ever agreed to talk to me. I'd sort of do the Sam Cedar thing. If you know what I'm referring to. You know what I'm referring to. Everybody knows what that was about. Everybody knows the whole Sam Cedar, what a nightmare. Was it Sam Cedar? It was Sam Cedar, wasn't it? With that divorcee streamer whose name I'm blanking out on. So I would do the equivalent. if Hassan ever agreed to debate me on Ukraine, I would probably pull an equivalent. It would be very, very funny. It would have been very, very funny. A classic moment I would have pulled off. But unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's ever gonna happen. How sad. How sad is that? So yeah. How are you, Greater Rain, today? How are you feeling? Also, okay, fake Alec Parker. Have you? Are you still here? Have you gotten on your walk? Unfortunately, I have bad news to report. It might be that I won't be able to play Stalker on the laptop. From what I've been checking, it does not run very well on it, and plus, it's a very big game, and I'm missing quite a lot of memory. It is quite a big game. It's 145 gigabytes, and I needed to delete it from the laptop to copy the video footage from my phone, the interviews. Now the interviews are on my laptop, and I should probably have an SSD to have a back copy of all the things that I record. It's a thing. Wow. Incredible. That is incredible. All right. So, what do we think? No thoughts? Heads empty? No comments? No interactions with the streamer? Isn't streaming supposed to be like an interactive experience of back and forth between me and you? Us bouncing off of each other with ideas and sent we love you? Well, thank you. Thank you very much. You're very special. Ah, really? Nice. Huh. I feel like in that movie, I feel like in that movie about the nannies, I feel like that little girl in that movie. I get sat down, uses special, uses kind, uses smart. I think the order was different. I think it started uses smart, you uses kind, uses special. And I feel very good. I feel very good reading these things in the chat. So by all means, please continue. Please continue with the praise. Please continue with the positive affirmation. Not only do I feel good when I read these things, I also feel like a character from a movie. So like that's a double whammy. Greater End has put that movie on. Fairly recently we've watched that movie. It was a pretty sad movie actually, about racism and about segregation and about how people on the one hand, I'm gonna pause for a second because I want to sneeze. Well, that's another siren. So there's this contrast that is presented by the movie. There's this contrast presented by the movie of the nannies being given a very big responsibility of taking care of the small children of the people that employ them. A huge responsibility. Taking care of the children in their formative years. But also treating the nannies as lesser people at the same time. It was a very sad movie. I felt apologies. I have a lot of apps that warn me when there is an alarm, even though I'm not even in Ukraine right now. Okay, Lucy is smart and runs a cozy community. Thank you. Thank you. Dropped in to say hello and like the stream. Have a great one, Lucy. Love you. Look divine. Thank you. Thank you very much, the Dark Kanak. Thank you. I hope you and your daughter are doing well. Daughter. Yes, it was daughter. All right. I think we're gonna wait for some more people to come in. We're gonna do a warm-up discussion. And I'm gonna show you a classic game while we do it. Would you like to see a classic game? Are you into classic games at all? If you want me to start the politics thing, and by politics I mean we're gonna be reacting to a bad Empanada video, then write it in the chat. You have to be active. You have to be very, very active viewers. In the meantime, I'm gonna show you a classic game. I do like classic games. I am a classic person like that. Do you like dragons? I feel like I've shown you this game already, but I've lost my save, so I'm gonna have to play it from scratch. I'm gonna have to try to find a way to transfer all of my emulators to the laptop so that I can play all the classic games with you while I'm in Ukraine. Does that not sound great? Playing classic games while in Ukraine? Okay, we have a choice. Brave Fencer Musashi, Breath of Fire Free, Dino Crisis, unless you just want unless you want politics already. But I'm waiting for more people to come in. Later today we're gonna do some community gaming, if that makes sense. We're gonna be playing Valheim with Greater Rain and hopefully with Fake Alec Cal Parker. I've never played it. I don't even know what to expect. I'm not even entirely sure what genre of game this thing is. We could do Stardew. We could do Stardew Valley. Depending, but Greater End said that they are in the mood for some Valheim tonight. So we're gonna be doing that. Was a formal request to do some Valheim, so we're gonna be doing that later. So how... Wait, hold on. Do I have to start a formal poll? Wait, Greater Rain, are you still here? Is Greater Rain still here? Do I have to start a formal poll? Can I not expect the audience to say anything ever? With me just asking, hey, do you want this? And the audience would just say, yeah, we want this, or we don't want this. Do I always have to start a poll on everything? I will. I mean, I can. I do like polls, but I'm a poll myself, so I guess that makes sense that I would like polls. Or show classic game for 15 minutes. Politics, bad. Empanada, classic game, then Empanada. I'm not even gonna do the old gag that I did as a VTuber because I've been accused of being a horrible racist when I did. Chat would be me. Classic. Well, vote. Vote. I wish you'd respond to more history videos on YouTube. This stream is just in general the kind of content I like from you. We could. Yeah, you like me reacting to history videos? We could. There are a few. The problem is that sometimes the history video owners strike. But we could do that. We could do more history content. I'm a history streamer, technically speaking. After all. We could be looking into the things that I can offer some unique insight. We could be, for example, how would you feel if I did some covering of primary materials on stream? For example, if I'd reviewed internal Polish party documents. We all know how there is a lot of talk about the incoming Polish presidency in the European Union. We all know how Ukraine wants to join the European Union. We all know that Ukraine has to take certain steps to join the European Union. But I've been wondering if anybody that watches political streamers, if anybody that's interested in Eastern Europe, Eastern European politics, Ukraine, and the surrounding areas, if any person would be interested to know what sort of process did Poland have to go through to get into the European Union, what sort of discussions were had, what sort of discussions happened during that period. And I happened to be a descendant of a person that took part in these discussions directly, and so I have access to internal party documents from the period that line up, list out all the goals, all the objectives that Poland had to meet in order to be able to join the European Union. All the objectives that the party set for itself to meet in order to be able to successfully join the European Union. And I've been wondering if anybody here would be interested in me taking those, they are in Polish of course, translating them live during stream, and going over those points and discussing them, and maybe talking about if any of those apply to Ukraine, since it's on its way now to join the European Union as well. How does that sound? How does that sound? Does that sound good? Does that sound bad? Any thoughts? Also, which option won in the side chat greater range, and how many people voted in the side chat? Sounds based? Well, maybe I'll do it. I'm gonna show you something. I am going to show you a little thing. I'm gonna Google something before. Alright, this is perfect. This is actually perfect. So I have here this little thing, and I have some other documents over here. This little packet is called the Second Congress, Warsaw, 2003. So just 1 year before Poland joined the European Union. And there's a lot of interesting stuff in there that are about. There you go. And this is a statute, primary information of the Labor Union Party. The Labor Union was a very left-leaning party, the Union Labor Party. And this is from a Congress from 1998. So we could review that as well. This is as well. I could translate this as well. About this party is not significant anymore, but it was a big part of my father's political career, I suppose. And from what I know about the party, it was pretty good. It was actually a pretty good party. It's a shame that it could not do more. I guess I can read you a little bit about what this party was. I guess we can do this. Everybody's voting for politics, so I guess we can do this. I guess we'll do the classic game some other time. Labor Union is a modern, and when I say modern, I mean modern in the year 1998. So keep that in mind. It was a modern party in 1998. The Labor Union is a modern left-leaning party. It wants more justice and honesty in sovereign and modern and democratic Poland. It demands equal chances and dignified life for all citizens. Its economic program and social program are based on a rich and practiced legacy of social democratic left-leaning parties from the West, which have been for decades building in environments which are close to those in Poland, prosperity and safety for its citizens. The labor union also wants to look to the beautiful tradition of the Polish socialism that fought for independence, that more than 100 years ago fought against national slavery and combine it with the fight against injustice and social harm. We want to revive this legacy, which have been we want to revive this legacy which has been appropriated. We want to revive this legacy that has been appropriated and lied by the Bolshevik system. Our main values are freedom, democracy, economic efficiency, social justice, social security, social self-determination, tolerance, also religious tolerance, and worldview tolerance. Some of these values are now under attack by the right wing, and that is why we are in opposition. We stand in opposition to it. There you go. That's a little bit of a description of what the old social, um, well, labor union party was. Any thoughts? I sincerely hope I did a good job in this quick translation of the overview of the party. How was that? How was that? Pretty cool. So I guess I'd prepare a little bit more. Maybe I try to pre-prepare. If I'd be doing segments like this with the primary documents, then I'd probably be maybe pre-translating them before the stream. I'll be showcasing them, and then I would be reading them and discussing them with all of you. I'm looking for my brush. So how is that? Does that sort of content appeal to you in any way, shape, or form? I have to know. I have to know if this sort of thing appeals to anyone before I decide, before I commit to making it a thing. I mean, technically speaking, would be pretty original content, considering that it is, at the end of the day, it is primary historical documents at this point. So you could treat this little house, you could treat this little stream like a historical archive that is being delivered to you live. You could treat it as doing history research live, considering that a lot of doing history revolves around diving into primary sources, and I'd be delivering those primary sources to you live, translated, something which I assume that access to these sources is not as simple as you might think without knowing the Polish language. Yes, Solidarity, by the way, heavily associated itself. The Solidarity movement saw a sort. How should I put it? The Solidarity movement felt a kinship with Euromaidan when it happened. The people that were in the former Solidarity movement felt a big deal of kinship, camaraderie with the people of Euromaidan, and some of them went to cover the events of Euromaidan. Oh, of course. I mean, there is a YouTuber called Hakim, and Hakim made a whole video saying that the Solidarity movement was a coup by the CIA. That in 1989, Poland has been couped by the CIA. So, make of that what you will. In 1989, Poland has been, because Eastern Europe is not a place where you have countries with peoples with any sort of self-determination, any sort of autonomy, any sort of... We're not really human. We aren't really human. We're just automatons that receive input from the CIA and do color revolutions and serve U.S. interest. We serve the U.S. empire. We are just Slavs. We're Slavs to the U.S. empire. Speaking of which, look what a great thing I've got on my cup. But yes. Yeah, I had to. I had to. So I assume this sort of content would appeal. Like the narrative is kind of noble savages here, people who do not have their own agency, simply reacting naive people. Yeah, yeah. I've noticed. I've noticed that is basically what's happening. It is also being parroted like right now when it comes to Georgia. None of us know what we want. None of us know what's best for us. We just blindly follow what's being fed to us, mindlessly serving the interest of the group that manipulates us harder. We don't really have any free will or any brain power to be able to choose what's best for us. That is not a thing, absolutely not a thing. And it's being demonstrated time and time and time again that that is the attitude towards Eastern Europe by a lot of people. We're gonna be looking at a bad empanada video right now. I've heard that the video has good things in it. I've heard that the video has some pretty bad things in it. I've heard mixed opinions. We're gonna take a look at it and we're gonna see. It's about Ukraine, so, and since I'm going to Ukraine pretty soon to continue work, which is pretty nice. Now I've got this cool apparatus. I'm really thankful to everybody that helped make this happen with the microphone attached. If I have a tripod, which maybe I'll be getting tomorrow, I will be placing that tripod. I already have um I already have a date, an entry date of when I'll be able to have a new interview. So we have the equipment, we have an interview that's basically set up to happen. So all I have to do is do a little bit of prep, go and conduct the interview. I have a date with an organization that helps kidnapped children by returning them to Ukraine. And I'm gonna conduct an interview with at least a few people. I'm gonna be visiting a how should I call it? I'm gonna be visiting a shelter center. It is a place where you have a series of small little apartment like places where people from that were rescued from those zones live. Little apartment complex. Well, it's difficult for me to call them apartments. They are. There's this wooden building, a row of small little, I guess, apartment like places, yeah, that people live in. He's kind of also tend he's kind of also tend to end up in the same narratives. It's not as bad. No, it's not the best. It's no. Bad Empanada's thing is not as bad as Hakim's. No, not even close. And at least with Hakim, I don't think I ever find anything that's agreeable. With Bad Empanada, I actually can find things that are agreeable. That's the difference. That's the difference, that I can find things in Bad Empanada's video that I can look at and say, yeah, okay, that's fair enough. That's I can agree with that. There's maybe I will watch. We might watch two videos of Bad Empanada today. Actually, there's another video that I wanted to watch apart from the Ukraine one, and that's the genocide one, the one in which Bad Empanada says that genocide as a crime is worthless, that it's a worthless crime distinction. And I am not sure if I agree with that statement. I'm not sure, especially if we understand why genocide was established as a crime to begin with, which establishing genocide as a crime, at least on paper, because in practice the results are mixed, as we might discuss as well. But just because a concept does not work as intended, just because there are parties that work to undermine a concept, I don't think it follows that the concept itself is worthless and we should abandon it. Right? If there is a huge disparity between poor people and rich people are getting richer and poor people are getting poorer, does not follow that we should just abandon the concept of trying to lower that disparity as worthless and useless, I think. All right, let's get into the whole Bad Empanada thing, because we have quite a nice audience here right now, so I believe it's time. I believe it's time. Yeah. There are news from Syria. New things are happening in Syria. But I don't think I'll be talking about Syria today. But it's worth. I will just say that you should probably check the news about Syria. I know it sounds vague. The opposition, I guess the opposing forces have pushed. Oh, check the news about Syria. But Empanada's words in his actions, though. I suppose so. Yeah. Okay, let's. We're gonna take a look at some titles. The war in Ukraine, the only correct opinion, which is the video that we're gonna be watching right now. The truth about Israel, it's not just Netanyahu, which, well, duh. States are never about individual actors. States are things that are far more complicated than just one person. Ethan Klein accuses me of pedophilia. He must face what? Okay. Genocide defenders get even worse. Do you want me to watch this one, by the way? we're doing a bit of probing before I get into the video that I want to react to, but do you want me to watch this? 12 days ago, genocide defenders get even worse. Would you want me to watch this? I'm interested in the history once more. But either way. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be watching the genocide. How to defend genocide. I'm not gonna be I'm gonna be okay. I find this very weird on Bad Empanada's part, by the way, that he made some time ago a video making a case that genocide is worthless as a concept, but then he makes a video how to defend genocide. Genocide defenders get even worse. If you find the concept of the crime of genocide as worthless, utterly useless, then it just feels weird. Right, so in Hungary, we had some research done of how neoliberalism became popular among a particular economic school way before 89, and they did push for that. If it's Bad Empanada versus Ethan Klein, I'll take Bad Empanada every time. I would not take either of them. Ethan Klein. I don't know that much about Ethan Klein, to be quite honest. I don't think I've ever watched Ethan Klein in my life. Just directly Ethan Klein. I think I've only ever seen Ethan Klein through other creators. I've recently seen Ethan Klein through watching President Sunday, I suppose. Ethan Klein talking about how Twitch has effectively banned the use of the term Zionist, which I find to be a bizarre turn of events. Because Zionist is now treated as hate speech, almost like a slur. That one is not supposed to say because it acts as an attack on a group of people. I find this move baffling. Even Ethan Klein has asked the most important question in all of this, and that is who is going to determine when using the term Zionist is negative, and who's supposed to determine when the use of the term Zionist is positive? How are we determine which use of the term Zionist should be penalized and which not? That's Karasukavka. Interesting, that makes sense. So I think one implication of what you're saying is that it did not need to be implanted. Correct. There were contradictions within the system, how Kadar era and especially Lukashia worked. Yeah, many people were really true believers, and because many people believed that, okay, there was, I can only speak for Poland, and I am simplifying the picture a whole lot. I guess we'll be diving into it because, believe it or not, a lot of these primary documents that I have at home are also discussions on what should be done with the economy. So I guess we'll be able to dive into that when the time comes. I'll have to review them, I'll have to pre translate them because translating political speech is not always a smooth process live. So I guess I'll pre translate it and sort of present it to you. But there were many people that believed that things regarding economy were so bad in Poland during the Soviet bloc time that taking as much as can be taken from the West will definitely make things better. Adopting the Western systems and putting them in place in Poland. Of course, it's far more complicated than that because for many oppositionists, the so-called oppositionists in Poland, economy was not even the biggest factor, believe it or not. For many people in Poland, the biggest factor for opposing the government, for opposing the system, the so-called communist system, was not even economy. It wasn't, oh, we want capitalism instead of this thing that is here now. A lot of people were against things like censorship, lack of free speech, lack of freedom of movement. Those were the things that made many people join the opposition and defy the government. So yeah, for many people, economy was a secondary consideration to begin with when it comes to opposing the government. So yeah, were some of the dissidents still communists? Yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely, yes. Some of the dissidents were still communists. Were One of the biggest examples of that was Jacek Kuroń, a very famous politician. We might watch some of his videos, actually, because they were translated to English. They have English subtitles. He was a communist. He was a true believer in communism. In fact, he wrote an open letter to the government saying we should start moving more towards socialism. We should give workers more mm, control over the means of production. We should implement this. We should implement that. That is my plan. What we should do. And he got put in jail for 3 years for that open letter to the government. And then he joined the opposition. He became disillusioned. He tried to fix the system from within. That didn't work, so he decided to join the opposition. And as a small child, my father brought me to him to conduct an interview. I was a very small child. I conducted an interview with him, which my father bragged about. Well into my adulthood, he would brag to people that I did an interview with Jacek Kuroń. And I guess I told him at one point that if the communists were so bad, then why weren't they just shot? Yes, that is a question that I asked as a very, very small child. If the communists were so bad, then why weren't they all just shot? And he responded with, I'm a communist. Would you shoot me? And I said, well, no. So yeah, there were people that became oppositionists and were, listen, we just read the description of a left-leaning party from 1998, the political party that my father helped co-create. And it states here, this is, at this point, this is a primary source. This is a historical primary source at this point as well. This party booklet from 1998. It clearly states we have left-leaning values, we have even socialist values, and those values were appropriated by the former government. So yeah, there were absolutely socialists and communists that were in the opposition. Yeah. That had strong left-leaning values, that talked about the socialist tradition of Poland from 100 years ago. So not the Bolshevik one, but the Polish socialist tradition. It's much more complicated than is usually presented. It's not that all the opposition people, and I assume, and I assume it's not just Poland. I assume it's the broader Eastern Europe. Not all of them were anti anything that's left wing socialism or even communism. They were just against this particular form of how it was implemented. Yeah. Freedom of movement. Freedom of movement was a huge thing in Hungary too, especially as there are many Hungarian speakers abroad, and in Romania, Hungarian speakers suffered a lot. Many described the relief I experienced too, though I was a kid, early teenager. The change, relief of crossing borders that was demilitarized. My mom often told me a story of how she would cross the border with my grandfather going somewhere, and she would see signs at the highway when she was crossing the border, which would indicate how many tanks could pass through that particular road. And she told me that it always terrified her. This sign indicating how many tanks can pass through here. Even with Warsaw Pact partners, the borders were strict, yes, because the more you can control the flow of people, the more you can control information. The less control you have over the flow of people, the less, of course, you have control over the flow of information. So that the fact that the borders were strict even within the Warsaw Pact makes a lot of sense to me, actually. The fact that it was even internally strict, I understand the logic. Because it would be a problem if, for example, in Czechoslovakia, people would decide, hey, we want more freedom now. And then if there was a lot of free movement within the Warsaw Pact, and if those ideas just freely spread across the entirety of the Warsaw Pact without it being contained in some way. This is also a simplification, but I am willing to bet some of that did factor into the logic of the borders being so strict between Warsaw Pact partners. I am willing to bet that was at least one of the considerations. There was also a degree of nationalism, and often bad ones with partner. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, there were all beefs. There were all beefs between partners. So that's it's all it's all it's all pretty complex, and has to be treated as such, and has to be discussed as such. But it's interesting. It's all very interesting, and it's also interesting to see how it shaped up to be later. Okay, well, let's watch that bad empanada thing. I've heard good and bad things. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree with this. I think it was several factors. I think it was several factors. Okay, let's go. Bad empanada waits. We're gonna be tackling this together. As you can see, I've watched some of it. I'm not going into this completely blind. I mean, there's actually no point in going into something like this completely blind, to tell you the truth. There's no appeal to the novelty of, oh, I'm watching this blind. But I will mostly watching it blind, considering that I've not watched a lot of it. Okay. I'm not playing a video game. I'm not a VTuber right now. It's been a long time. I'm not a VTuber. I'm not playing Doom while doing this video. So I hope Bad and Panada will at least appreciate that should he decide to react to this one. And I guess let's go. Actually, you can't watch something blind. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Not with that attitude. Not with that attitude. I went back and watched your second Bad Empanada Holodomor video. It was great. Haven't watched the original VTuber one. I mean, the original VTuber one was I was playing Doom, and suddenly someone said, "Hey, watch this video." And I said, "Okay, I will watch it." And Beta Empanada knows this because he covers this part as well. I'll watch it now. I'll react to it now. I'm not super prepared to react to it in depth, but you know what? We can do a sort of first glance shallow react to this video. I don't mind. But if you want a more in-depth thing, I would have to prepare more. I did say that during the original thing. Oh, that was me, by the way. I'm the cause of it all. Well, you know what? There's only one thing I have to say to that. I'm glad that you're still here. I am glad that after all this time, from the times when I was a VTuber to now, you are still here to tell me that you've been the source of it. You're the source, by the way, to date. That original Bad Empanada video is to this day my most watched video. A hateful commenter went out of their way to point it out. They wrote a whole comment saying, "Huh, so pathetic. The fact that this pathetic video, is your most watched one, will haunt you forever. This will be the legacy of your channel, the culmination of all that you've done. This will be your greatest achievement. How sad." And I was like, okay, sure. Wow. Some people are so emotionally driven to feel the need to sit down, type it out, and then post it. I mean, it's engagement. See, if you want views, listen to me. He thinks you care as much as he would. I guess. Which makes me a bit sad for them, but I. Bad Empanada has some really dedicated audience, by the way. They are very dedicated people. From time to time, I still get new comments on that video. This has been the most. I think that video not only has the biggest amount of views, it also by far has the biggest amount of engagement. Year after year, I kept receiving new comments under that video. I keep receiving new comments under that video from time to time. And they will say, "Huh, what a stupid video." In fact, when President Sunday was covering Bad Empanada recently, I typed something in the chat. And right away, there were people that would at me and say, "You're the VTuber. You're that VTuber." So yes. People around, that is the weirdest thing about me as a streamer, by the way. I'm a very small streamer. Let's be honest about that. I have a fairly small audience. Right now, the biggest I get is about 20 something people live. That is about how much viewers I get live. And yet, weirdly enough, a lot of people in the space know about me or know me, if that makes sense. A lot of people either know me or know about me, at least. But I'm still extremely small at the same time. A little bit of a paradox, I suppose. Or maybe not. Maybe it makes perfect sense. Maybe it all makes perfect sense. Dual stream. I want to. I will set it up on the laptop. I think the problem is, and I've been told that in the OBS I have to set my stream, which will require me to change some things possibly. My main stream on the OBS has to be Twitch, because apparently if you don't, I have to, the primary stream has to be Twitch and the secondary stream needs to be YouTube, and apparently if I do that, OBS will not drop Twitch in dual streaming. Apparently that's the problem. So I will try to configure it like that. I'll probably try it out when I'm in Ukraine, and we will see if dual streaming will work for me finally. I have a certain setup on the desktop that I will have to rehaul completely if I want to dual stream as well, because on the desktop I'm using Streamlabs OBS. Technically speaking, if you want to dual stream on Streamlabs OBS, you just have to pay a monthly subscription and then it's just a matter of clicking on the thing. But first of all, the payment method does not allow me to do it. And second of all, I frankly right now cannot afford something like that. So I would have to get the regular OBS on the desktop and do the whole thing. I have to get all of the setup that I've got here and implement it in the. Okay, let's start with the bad empanada thing, because I think we've been lingering too much. Also, I'm noticing that the side chat is very, very inactive. So we're stuck on the Cheese Wizard. I'm here for the genocide. Oh, well, thank you, Cheese Wizard. Oh, I've been missing a lot of chat. I've been missing a lot of chat. I thought the chat was stuck, but it was just. Sorry, I'm playing my game. Okay, before I start the bad empanada thing, I feel like I have to. I feel like I have to address all the things that I've missed in the chat. I've not been ignoring chat. I just haven't seen the things written. I'm feeling okay. I'm better. I was in the car a lot of the day and I get motion. I don't really get motion sickness from the car. I do get motion sickness when I'm on a boat. Or at least I used to years ago. How are you doing today? How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty okay today. Today I'm doing pretty okay. I've been testing the camera. I've been told to test the equipment extensively, so I've been doing some testing with the equipment. I've noticed that the battery is draining pretty quickly, so I really must get spare batteries. I should get this charger for the batteries, and I also should get a power bank for the I should get this dummy battery with a cable. There are a lot of things that I have to get additionally to the equipment, but that's, I step by step. It's all work in progress. I am interested in translation of primary sources. Good. Then I will do a lot more of that. Cheese Wizard. Also, you're a white Cheese Wizard, so I'd like to point that out. Yeah, let's go. Okay, now we can go. I've addressed the chat. I'm building a starter house for Valheim. Wow, I have no clue. I didn't even know you could build stuff in Valheim, so there you go. That's how much I know about the game that we're going to be playing today, later. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not okay to be white. It's not my fault. Okay, let's start. Let's finally start the bad empanada thing. Okay, we can watch it on full screen. Why not?
Hello. I want to talk about Ukraine, so I'm going to.
Hello. Nobody's stopping you from talking about Ukraine. So if you want to talk about it, talk about it. And I'm going to respond to you talking about it.
Now, to begin here, we need to establish 3 basic facts that need to be agreed on and understood before.
Okay, no facts need to be necessarily agreed on, especially automatically agreed on, especially when it comes to complex geopolitics. Okay, you can just throw out there a statement. Yeah, I'm gonna say 3 things and you need to agree with me. I will say that is a bad sign when a person opens their video by saying, I'm just gonna state these 3 things, and you absolutely out of the gate, I'm gonna say, you need to agree with me, no matter what.
any of the rest of this video is going to make sense to you. If you disagree with any of these, just stop watching. We live in different realities, and I don't think that we're going to agree on anything. 1.
Okay, first of all, I already know that I disagree with at least one of these statements, and I will keep watching, so whatever. But I will say I do agree with some of these statements. I will say just because this is a creator that has made, let's just say, an unkind video about me, just because I disagree with this person a lot, it does not follow that I will automatically disagree with this person on every single thing. For example, I already agree with this. There was no genocide of Russians in Ukraine. I agree with this. This indeed is a statement of fact.
1. There was no genocide of Russian language speakers or Russian culture in Ukraine. 2. There was also no genocide of Russians in Donetsk or Luhansk, and
True. That is true. There was no genocide in Donetsk and Luhansk.
the people who claim that there was just take the death total from that conflict, attribute it all to Ukraine, even though it includes deaths on both sides, and act like it was all civilians when most of the deaths are combatants.
There we go. This is where the disagreement comes. This is where I disagree. This is the part where the self-determination of the people of Ukraine is basically taken away. Oh, there were just people that were guarded by the US and the EU for regime change. It's far more complicated than that, considering that Yanukovych presented himself as a leader that was pro-European Union. Let's remember the fact that Yanukovych wanted to sign that association agreement, up to the point where he suddenly decided in the middle of the night that he did not want to anymore. It wasn't that. I guess Yanukovych has no agency either in this whole thing. Maybe he was guarded by the EU and long. Maybe he's a plant. Maybe he's a US and EU plant. I don't know. I just don't know where. But this argument, I really don't like it. I really don't like this. argument. Russia would always, yes, because Russia had a very specific relationship with Ukraine, which demanded the extraction of Ukrainian resources in order to supplement Russia's. And if Ukraine moved closer to the European Union, that sort of relationship would inevitably be severed. So that is something that Russia absolutely could not agree to. That is something that could not be agreed to, absolutely. Because also Ukraine has been dependent to some degree on things from Russia. The coercion that Russia used on Ukraine was holding back things from Ukraine should it sort of become insubordinate. I think it's important to go back even way back into the 90s. How far back into the 90s? What are we referring to? Are we referring to Ukraine actually right after the Soviet Union? I guess I can mention this. There are a few factors here. Let me read the comment. There is one constant thing of Ukraine since the 90s, and that is that is the anti-corruption sentiment, which can be translated to the living difficulties, massive rift between the poorest and the richest few. And this above have been maintained with Russia and most importantly, trade partner around. Yes, that has been a big factor in Euromaidan. In fact, I have a very important book that I would like to show you. This is a bit messy, this is a bit unorganized, but I think it's important that I show you something right now. When it comes to this argument of Euromaidan was a insignificant part spurred by long-standing US and EU-backed campaign for regime change. I'm gonna be right back. I happen to have this book on standby. I think it's a significant piece of literature. Okay. Russia had been exercising economical pressures directly, like heavy taxation of certain goods, then wished to manipulate local election results. Yes, or even withholding certain goods outright, saying we will cut them off. Not even just tax them, we will cut them off completely. We won't be supporting you with certain essential goods. Okay, do you remember when I told you that the solidarity movement felt a huge kinship with Euromaidan? Do you remember when I told you that the people of Solidarity Polish people were one of the first foreign correspondents, to go to Ukraine during the Euromaidan period to cover what was happening in the country. There were some Polish people were some of the first people to go there and cover the topic in the first place. And of course, a lot of the Solidarity people stayed during the Euromaidan in order to support the overall thing, and because they felt like it was the same thing that they were fighting for before, so they felt like they had to stay and support the fight. Yes, Gazprom directly blocked gas pipes, and that happened in the mid 2000s. Yes, exactly. That is what I was referring to. All right. This is a book called Blood and Soil. It is a book written by Polish journalists that went to Ukraine during, at the end, this book begins at the end of 2013, and it is a day by day recollection of what happened during Euromaidan. And there's a sentiment that has been mentioned by Karasu here about corruption, about anti-corruption, about how Ukrainian people were tired of that corruption, and that created the sentiment that at least partially was behind Euromaidan. And I will read you some fragments of this book because it might be very illuminating to you. This book was published in, I will tell you when this book was published. This book was published in 2014. So it's a very fresh account of Euromaidan. This is a book from when it happened. Just so it's a very, this is also, and this also ends up being a pretty significant source, by the way. So let's read some excerpts from the book. I'm going to be translating it live. I hope you will have some leeway for my translation skills live. I feel like I have to say this. Okay, let's start. My mother always told me you have to take bribes because at some point later in life you might really need something, and then no one will help you, said a young voluntary girl. Okay, said a young volunteer girl. Everything that is supposedly free, like university or a driver's license or for owning a business, all of it and everywhere, all of it is everywhere. So how can you not take bribes if you always have to give them? This alone sort of sets the stage to the sentiment that was expressed in the chat about how there was this corruption problem, but also how people were aware that there was a problem, that there was a systemic perpetuated problem, and people were getting tired of it. You can see that the person here was not happy about the state of affairs. I've been told by my mom, you need to give bribes to get ahead in life, to get anything done, because if you will need something in the future, nobody will help you if you don't give bribes. And the logical extension of it was, if I have to give bribes everywhere, how can I not take them as well? Let's continue. I sold ice cream in a small booth. One day, a militia car stopped nearby, says a taxi driver without a license who, this is written in the present tense, says a taxi driver without a license that is taking us to Maidan on the other side of the river. The militiamen stood there all day. When I was closing shop in the evening, they came to me and they said this. They told me that they counted how many people visited me that day to buy ice cream from me. And then they counted it by the price of the ice cream. Then they multiplied it by the number of days in a month. And then they divided it by half. And then they said, From now on, this is how much you have to give us. I heard. Otherwise, a health inspection and tax um, and tax control will visit you. And as you can see now, I'm a cab driver. I'm only waiting for the signal to attack. This is where the anger of the people is pronounced. I'm only waiting for the signal to attack. I have no mercy. I will go after that group. I'm just waiting for the order. I hear from a... and so on and so forth. One more. One more story. I talked to a Cossack which stood guard near a barricade on Chreszczatek. He has a very determined face and a big mustache. He long ago lost any faith in a peaceful settlement to the tensions between the people and the government. My mother was very ill. She ended up in the hospital, and after she was given her medicine, her legs swelled. One of her legs was as big as both of your legs. And do you know what they told me? That they will help her. But for every single day that she would spend in the hospital, I would have to pay $100. $100 for every extra day spent in the hospital. In Ukraine, by the way. In Ukraine, that $100 is worth a lot more. And they told me that my mom would have to stay in the hospital for 2 weeks. What was I supposed to do? His eyes beamed with anger. I did not... They didn't need my answer. I am awaiting the orders to attack. If it wasn't for my commander, I would have thrown myself at their throat a long time ago. He said angrily. $1,400 is an equivalent to half a year of a person's salary. There you go. There you have it. This book, I hope this paints a picture of how the people felt during the onset of Euromaidan. I hope that it helps you see that there was far more to Euromaidan than a long-standing US and EU-backed campaign for regime change. Right? We can see that there was a boiling anger over the oppression and over the unfair treatment that people have had to withstand every single day. And that they were sick of it, and that they wanted real change, and that they associated joining the European Union with the possibility of that change happening. There was hope. There was hope that should Ukraine become closer to the European Union, this sort of situation would not be acceptable anymore. Let's continue.
Three, the
Oh, I have to put on the headphones. So no, this is one basic quote-unquote fact that I just cannot agree with. I just cannot. Sorry, it's impossible for me. So I need to take my hormones. There was a saying that being border guard in Ukraine was a better paying job than a university teacher because of the bribes they. Yeah, that's. And people were getting sick of it. People were getting genuinely sick of it. And I hope you can understand why. Yeah, that is what the book opens with. It opens with a volunteer, a girl volunteer saying, "My mom taught me that you need to bribe. You need to bribe everywhere. You need to use bribes everywhere." And then she said, "How can you not also take bribes if you need to bribe everybody? If you need it everywhere?" Yeah. Okay, so let's continue.
2014 Euromaidan protests, regardless of what some people say about them, were absolutely heavily contributed to by many years of US and European Union interference in Ukraine.
And I have no idea what this heavily influence and interference means.
In internal affairs. Through the exact same
Like, what do you mean? Okay, we have to
pattern of
listen to
US
this
and
again.
European Union about them were absolutely heavily contributed to by many years of US and European Union interference in Ukrainian internal affairs.
What was that interference in Ukrainian internal affairs? I'm sorry. If there was any party that was doing actual interference in Ukrainian internal affairs, I think we can agree that it was Russia. Because, and we need to be quite clear about this, it turns out that neither the European Union nor the US poisoned any of the Ukrainian presidential candidates. But do you know what country did contribute to the poisoning of a Ukrainian presidential candidate? Russia did. Because that presidential candidate was far too pro-Western for Russia's liking. And that person was Yushchenko. So, which country has been interfering in Ukrainian internal affairs? Well, yeah, I don't see any evidence. And I know certain streamers have looked into the financing that West has given to Ukraine prior to Euromaidan. I know that there are streamers that have looked into it. Some prominent streamers that cover the topic of Ukraine. And I know that the only thing that I have found is that there have been funding to NGOs for the sake of, well, betterment of the NGO's goals, but it has nothing to do with funding some sort of revolution. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to say, oh, those NGOs received help from the West, which means that the West has interfered into Ukrainian internal affairs. That is an extremely absurd thing to say. It's basically the equivalent of no. It's absurd. I'm not even gonna give examples. But Empanada is very sloppy here with evidence, by the way, and very much ignored Russian economic pressures that shaped internal yeah, that's true. Yeah. And let's not forget what I've just mentioned. The downright poisoning of a presidential candidate whose policy did not align with the wishes of Russia. That this cannot be overlooked. This sort of actual interference in Ukrainian internal affairs. And geofinding is also a bit more complex than simply to describe these as influence of Westerners. Well, yeah, I know. I do know that. Yes, he will talk about this phone call, but that is an evidence of preference, not interference. Yeah, I know. And also, this is a bit important, okay? Because Empanada says here, Euromaidan was in significant part spurred by a long-standing US and EU-backed campaign for regime change. But if that's the case, then I would point out that the phone call, the famous phone call that is always the Victoria Nuland's phone call, that phone call was about them talking about how the protesters should accept a deal with Yanukovych, that they should find a settlement with Yanukovych. So it was the opposite of the US campaigning for a regime change. That whole phone call completely contradicts the narrative of the US striving for a regime change. Yeah. In fact, many people still talk in politics who they would prefer to win in foreign elections. Recently, I've talked about the Romanian elections. I've talked about the Georgian elections. I've talked about the Moldovan referendum thing. Not referendum, like the plebiscite. Yeah, of course. Of course, we talk about who we want to win in foreign countries. One moment. The same thing happened in Bangladesh. USA supported Hasina and Tanki's claim they got rid of her. Interesting. Thank you. So yeah, it's a pretty silly statement. It's a pretty silly statement. But let's continue because this gets worse. This is I've not watched a lot of this video. And oh yeah, there's also one more thing that people forget, that at the end of the day, and that is an important thing to remember, during the biggest tensions of the Euromaidan, three foreign ministers from Europe visited Yanukovych and had a very long, very difficult discussion with him. One of those people was the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Radosław Sikorski, and they told Yanukovych that he must agree to organize early elections. That he simply must. He has to do it. And after a long, difficult talk, he agreed to it. And then, famously, Sikorski came out to the Ukrainian protesters. A lot of the time, interestingly enough, a lot of the time, the clip of Sikorski is used to supposedly support the claim that the protesters were manipulated by the West. Sikorski said, "You better take the deal. If you don't take the deal, you will all be killed." You will all end up dead if you don't accept the deal. And that was, by some circles, pointed to and said, see, they're being controlled by the West. This guy Sikorsky just tells them what to do outright. But the context of this whole, if you don't accept the deal, you'll all end up dead, was the experience of Polish people from the martial law period, when the opposition underestimated the government, and the government cracked down on the opposition by instituting a martial law period, rolling in tanks into the cities, and arresting a lot of the opposition members. My father was arrested on day one of the martial law period. And basically, Sikorsky said, but in this situation, it will be worse. You will not just be arrested, you'll be killed. And so, what ended up happening was that the protesters actually accepted the deal. They did accept the deal. And from then on, Yanukovych's job was to organize early elections, even though the protesters did not really trust him to do it properly. They did agree to the deal that early elections would be organized. And then, right after Yanukovych agreed to the deal, he fled the country. He fled the country and went to Russia, and the rest is history. Okay? So, yeah, we have that. Some arguments why Poland was keen to institute the martial law was out of fear of Soviet and Warsaw Pact interference. Yep, that is true. That is absolutely true. That was definitely a consideration.
Through the exact same pattern of interference.
And this is where we will have to start a discussion. We'll have to start a little bit of a long discussion
That they are currently engaging in Georgia, for example, by, for example, funding NGOs to push politics and economics that they consider more amenable to their interests. Hence,
I have no idea what that means. How can you... They're funding NGOs to push politics and...
that's why they use to push politics and economics that they can...
Okay. Funding NGOs to push politics and economics that they find more amenable to their interests. So, first of all, there's so many things that are wrong here. I don't even know where to begin. And it's interesting because I've actually done a lot of work in NGOs, in one particular NGO, because, again, my father was a leader of a pretty significantly big NGO. And what I will tell you based on my experience is this. An NGO does not become a slave to the source of its funding. An NGO is not obliged to listen to every single order of the people, of the groups that they are funding. NGOs typically seek out funding for the things that they already believe in. NGOs are not blank slates that receive funding and then just listen to the bidding of the funder and push politics of what they are doing. That this would need examples. NGOs are not one singular thing. I'm giving you the example of the particular NGO that my father was the leader, quote unquote, of. In Poland, most NGOs must, first of all, put out a document called a statute, in which the NGO must clearly state all of its goals. That includes its economical goals and political goals. NGOs are basically associations, foundations formed on particular goal or simply maintain a locality. Yes, correct. Basically, you have a bunch of people gathering up. They decide what they want to do. They write a document called a statute, which uh, lists out those things. You register that thing that you want to do this or that. You're creating an organization that will gather funding to realize certain goals. And what is important that those organizations cannot, in Poland, generate profit. They're not for profit organizations. And there are slight exemptions from this. There's a NGO type called a foundation, which was listed in the chat. And a foundation within itself can start a business. And that business can generate profit, but there's a catch. All of that profit, by law, that is generated by a foundation has to be put towards the goals of the foundation. Any profit generated by a company that is established within a foundation, all of its profits have to be used towards the goals of the foundation itself. A company within a foundation cannot just make profit for profit's sake. The profit needs to be used for the foundation and its stated goals. So that's the biggest exception to the no making profit for NGOs. NGOs are pretty interesting entities. I have been planning years ago to start one of my own. I looked very in depth into how the process happens, into how to write the document, the starting document to start an NGO. And I can tell you that NGOs are not just tools. In order for that to even remotely work, how Bad Empanada states, Western powers would not just need to fund the NGOs. They would need to implement their people and start those NGOs from scratch themselves. And then make the people that start the NGOs create them with certain goals in mind that would be aligned with the West's interests. And also there are a few very important things to pay in mind. NGOs don't have that much of a political influence and power as Bad Empanada makes you believe here. NGOs are not the movers and shakers of states. NGOs are not these super powerful entities that shape politics as well as economics of a country. That's not how that works. NGOs do their best to be able to move towards certain goals, even political goals, but they don't have a strong, meaningful sway over things like economics and politics for that matter. My father's organization had thousands of people in it. Thousands of people were in my father's organizations. A lot of people were in that NGO. It was an explicitly political NGO. And please trust me when I say it did not have a huge sway over the politics in Poland. And okay, I'm not gonna get further into this because that goes into toxin territory. But the laws might slightly differ each country. What is important is that an application to found is not extremely uh, exactly evidence of foreign interference. No, no, it's not. It's not. It absolutely is not. So yeah, it is ridiculous to say that the West has had some huge influence over the entirety of Ukraine and that is now exerting some huge control over Georgia by funding NGOs.
Consider more amenable to their interests. Hence why the US and EU have recently been taking the line that a Georgian law to force NGOs to reveal if they are funded by foreign sources represents a threat to democracy. What it
By the way, this is a lie. I'd just like to tell you this is a lie. The foreign agent law is not about forcing NGOs to disclose their funding.
really reveal if they are funded by foreign the line that a Georgian law to force NGOs to reveal if they are funded by foreign sources.
This is not even a law that is explicitly about NGOs. This is a law that states that any organization, be it a media company, be it an NGO, any sort of entity that receives more than 20% from a source abroad has to register itself as agents of a foreign power. And by funding from abroad, it means any company that functions abroad, any individual that functions abroad. Anything. If there's a media company in Georgia that is owned by a foreign company, it means that this media company is an agent that works for foreign interest, that works for the interest of a foreign power. And you can see, I hope you can start to see the problem with that. The law doesn't even specify that the funding has to be in any way linked. You do not have to establish even any sort of link to a foreign power's government. It just has to be funding from abroad. And then the group has to register itself as a foreign agent supporter. Which the Georgian Dream Party itself has repeatedly said, no, we're not doing anything wrong. We're just repeating what the US did with its law against receiving foreign funding. The US already has a law that is supposedly like this. And now I have something here prepared for this occasion. US FARA versus Georgian Foreign Agent Law. Three major difference. We're going to read this article because it's pretty interesting. Because Georgia has been claiming that it is simply adopting the exact same thing that already exists within the United States of America. We're going to see this comparative analysis of the two laws, and we're going to see if it truly is the same thing that the US does. For well over a year, we have heard Georgian Dream call their proposed law on foreign agents an American law. And during the same time, we have heard opponents of the law call it a Russian law. While there has been an abundance of rhetoric on the subject, there has been very little factual or legal analysis put before the public to explain the truth of these dueling accusations. And it's very important that we read this analysis because Bad Empanada has said that the Georgian foreign agent law is simply a law that forces NGOs to disclose their funding source. And I have no problem with transparency when it comes to funding, to funding sources. But I do have a problem with branding any kind of funding that comes from abroad as working for a foreign power. This I have a problem with. This is the part of the law that I have a problem with. And we're going to read this analysis, and I'm hoping that we will be able to see why that sort of framing is a huge problem. Because it's not about transparency. Transparency is not the problem here in the slightest. The problem is that you can frame the opposition as agents of a foreign power and use that to crack down on the opposition. That is one very obvious example of how this sort of law can be used. Hello, Glitchmaster. A cursory examination reveals that the Georgian law is fundamentally different from the American law, closer to the Russian law, and in at least one important respect, even harsher than the Russian law. No. Okay, I'm gonna be very specific here. Bad Empanada never said that it's good to do things like the US. I'll be specific here. Georgia said that it's simply doing things like the US. Bad Empanada did not say it. To be clear. Let's be fair to Bad Empanada and only criticize him on the bad things that he said, and praise him on the correct things that he said, because he did say things in this video that are factually correct about Donetsk and Luhansk, and about there not being a genocide of Russians in Ukraine. We're just gonna be criticizing the thing that I find objectionable, but when there is things that I find to be okay, I'll point it out as well. Okay, let's continue. Ted Jonas, a dual US-Georgian citizen, has lived in Georgia for nearly 30 years, an international lawyer and environmental activist. He was part of the original team that opened the National Democratic Institute for International Affairs office in Tbilisi in 1994. So this is the person that is going to walk us through the laws and do a comparative analysis. Who is your enemy? One of the most fundamental differences between the US Foreign Agents Restriction Act, FARA, and the proposed Georgian Foreign Agents Law is the historical context in which the two laws originated and who they were directed against. The US Congress adopted FARA in 1938 specifically to target lobbying and consulting firms acting on behalf of the Nazi German government. Concern about Soviet communist agents also motivated the law. Of course, by 1938, the United States, under Franklin D. Roosevelt, was already well aware that Nazi Germany presented a direct military and security threat to the country. In contrast, advocates for Georgia's foreign agents law, the Georgian Dream Party leadership, have mentioned only United States and EU funding for Georgian NGOs as the source of foreign agents in Georgia. Georgian Dream politicians howl about a second front and US and EU funding of revolution, which interestingly enough mirrors that Empanada's sentiment in the video. In short, the Georgian Dream has put the United States and the EU in the same category as the United States put Nazi Germany in 1938. This despite the fact that the US and EU have given Georgia billions of dollars and euro in foreign assistance for over 30 years. The Georgian Dream government claims it seeks to join the European Union, and it calls the United States its partner. And yet, with this law, as well as its daily rhetoric, Georgian Dream treats the US and the EU as enemy powers. The Georgian Dream, in advocating its foreign agents law, never mentions the role of Russia, the country that a vast majority of Georgians defined as Georgia's main enemy. Do I even have to mention the fact that Russia has annexed 20% of Georgia's territory? Does that not count in any way as meddling into the internal affairs of Georgia, annexing huge swaths of its territory? Or no? Oh wait, no, never mind. Actually, those territories just spontaneously decided to decouple itself from Georgia. You know, just like Donetsk and Luhansk. Is bro seriously playing defense for the same Georgian government that hires thugs to beat up opposition? I guess so, yeah. Yeah, I guess so. There we go. Where's the Georgian Dream in advocating its foreign agents law never mentions the role of Russia, the country that a vast majority Georgians see as the enemy, in trying to influence Georgian politics and subvert its democracy. And that is demonstrable. That is demonstrable in Georgia, that is demonstrable in Moldova as well, for that matter. FARA's origin as an anti-Nazi, anti-Bolshevik law is not just history. The US Justice Department has brought prosecutions under FARA only against individuals and organizations associated with money laundering, fraud, sanctions evasion, illegal campaign contributions, bribery, terrorism, and hostile foreign powers. Georgian Dream, instead, has targeted Georgian non-profit organizations which work lawfully and receive financial contributions from the US and member states of the European Union to carry out health, welfare, civil rights, educational, and other such activities in Georgia to benefit its population, which, by the way, was the exact same thing in Ukraine. The funding for the NGOs in Ukraine was for the exact same purposes. And yet it's being framed as funding a revolution. None of the US or EU funded organizations targeted by the Georgian Dream are associated with lawbreaking. All individuals and organizations targeted by the US Justice Department in FARA prosecutions are associated with serious criminal offenses. who is a foreign agent? The most fundamental and important legal difference between FARA and the Georgian Foreign Agents Law is how they define a foreign agent. The Georgian law defines a foreign agent as any non-commercial legal person which receives more than 20% of its funding from a foreign power, quote unquote, which includes companies, foundations, and individuals, not just governments. The US law, on the other hand, defines a foreign agent as any person, legal or physical, who is under the control of or acts at the direction of a foreign power and acts in the interests of that foreign power. In short, these are the elements of an agent, a representative of a foreign power. Financing is only one of several indicators of the link between the principal and the agent, but it is not exclusive or exclusive. It is not definite or exclusive. While under the Georgian law, it is both. US FARA compared to the Georgian Foreign Agents Draft Law. Targets: Nazis, Bolsheviks, money launderers, fraudsters, bribers, terrorists, sanctions evaders. Georgian Foreign Agents Draft Law. US and European founded NGOs providing health, welfare, governance, law, and economic assistance to Georgia. I don't know. Yeah, it is selective. Also, why commercial organizations cannot be tools for interference. So this is selective to target civilian orgs that might be critical of the government. Yeah, exactly. That is the goal. That is the point. Who is a foreign agent? US FARA. Legal or physical person acting under the direction, control, or instructions of a foreign state principal. So I will try to specify here, because I know what some people might say. Yeah, but there might be shell companies. There might be individuals that fund an organization and they might actually be linked to the government. So they may, in fact, not be directly answering to a foreign power, but there might be an agent of the foreign power that acts as an individual that funds the organization. But you know what? It is possible. But in my mind, that connection of the funding individual or organization to the government of the foreign power has to be established. You cannot just take any individual, any company, any group that funds an NGO and say, oh, this group, this NGO is now an agent of a foreign power. You cannot do that. Now the EU needs to understand that there are local bureaucratic systems that redistribute this, able to check on NGOs if they did not misuse the money. Yes, audits on NGOs receiving funds, how they use them, if the goals are being met of the projects. Those are common things. I know, because I worked for an NGO. I took part in projects. Again, let's go. Who is not a foreign agent? Religious Purpose Organization. US FARA. In Georgian Foreign Agents Draft Law, is a foreign agent. Academic Scholastic Purpose Organization is not a foreign agent in the US law, is a foreign agent in the Georgian law. Scientific purpose organization is not a foreign agent and is a foreign agent in the Georgian law. Fine arts purpose organization is not a foreign agent in the US law, is a foreign agent in the Georgian law. Allies of the country, I'm not sure what that means, but they are still foreign agents in the Georgian law. Lawyers, law firms acting in legal proceedings are foreign agents if non-commercial entities in Georgian foreign agents draft law, which again revives the question, why can't commercial entities be foreign agents? Media organizations, 20 plus media organizations which have 20 plus % foreign ownership, if not foreign directed controlled, are foreign agents in the Georgian law. Can be foreign agents, sports organizations. Not foreign agents under humanitarian exception. Organizations importing blood and blood products. The Georgian law contains no requirement that the local grant recipient be controlled by acting on the instructions of or acting on behalf of a foreign power. And this is a monumental difference. It is such a monumental difference that I will repeat it. The Georgian law contains no requirement that the local grant recipient be controlled by acting on the instructions of or acting on behalf of a foreign power. I think this is pretty crucial. Whereas all these elements are required under the US law. The proposed Georgian law would simply require that a Georgian nonprofit organization which has received funds from a foreign power to be considered a foreign agent. This means that the Georgian law casts a far wider net over Georgian society than the US law does over US society. Anyone who is even slightly familiar with how international donors and local NGOs work, and many Georgian Dream officials are well familiar with it because they used to work for Western funded projects and NGOs, knows that international donors do not issue instructions to their grant recipients on a principal, agent basis. They require proof of performance of the grant, but they do not dictate the grant recipient's actions the way a principal does to an agent. That is also a very important thing, because usually it goes the other way around. You have to keep that in mind. NGOs operate with goals. They have goals, and they want to be able to do projects. They want to be able to finish projects, and in order to be able to finish projects, they need funding. So what usually happens, yeah, and mind you, this foreign money might be Georgians who are migrant workers. That is perfectly possible. Usually it goes like this. An NGO will decide to do a thing, and they will say, okay, this is our plan of action. This is what we're planning to do. This is step by step how we will do it. These are the people that will be involved. This is exactly what money will be used for which part of this project, who will receive what payment, what sort of things will be purchased for the sake of this project. This is the end goal. We need this and this amount of money for this. Please grant us this money. This is basically a lot of the time how this works. We go to the donors with our project in mind, with what we want to do in mind. And then the donors, which in the case of my uh, father, so I guess the thing that I worked in was the European Union. That was the financier in this case. They would say, okay, we will give you this money, and then you will have to give us reports of how you're doing, how the money is allocated, and you will give us a report of if the stated goals or stated things are being properly done within the time frame that you have given us. That is how that works. Okay. Right? So most of our local ones has to live from applications to a funds with a project. Yes, correct. Absolutely correct. Exactly. A lot of NGOs, their functioning depends on funds by writing a very formal project. And yeah, those are heavily money. Yes, that is so super correct. I remember my father would from time to time tell me, hey, you should write a project. You should write a project, and then we can do something cool and we can make some money. Okay, let's continue. My father was a big proponent of those projects, by the way. He was a big fan of those projects. He really believed it as a way of making things happen and being able to secure a fair income for the people involved in those projects and those NGOs. So yeah, let us continue. Yeah. I wrote the plan, no one else, but I was monitored. That I followed my yeah. That's because the function of the monitoring is that the it's just I understand the monitoring. It makes sense to monitor because if an organization says we will make this and that happen with the money that you give us and then do something completely different, then I think it's fair for the organization that does the funding to be like, wait a second, you wrote a whole thing that told us that you do this, but now you're doing something totally different. Never was able to find money for my own salary. See, this is where I will praise my father, okay? This is a very rare occurrence that I will praise my father, okay? Under him, all of the projects that were done by the organization that I'm talking about, they always found a way to give salaries to the people involved. They always found a way to give some sort of an okay salary to the people involved in the projects. For example, and I know this is a bit okay, but for example, a project would say, we will spend $3,000 on a camera. But the org would find a way to get that camera cheaper. Okay? They would find a way to get that camera not for $3,000, but for $1,500. I'm simplifying here. And then they would take that $1,500 and say, and then give it to the person that did some really heavy lifting within the project to compensate them fairly. That's basic. There was moving of funds within the project to allocate funds that was technically speaking for one thing to compensate people involved more fairly. So, look, your father ran a massive big one. I did a dying org. Also, this organization that my father was in had a pretty preferential thing from the government. Their base of operation was located in a place where the government gave them a special lowered rent for that place, a lot lower. They had an extremely preferential rent for a headquarters, let's just call it, in a really good spot in Warsaw. So that was a big boon as well. Also, I prioritized the one employer we had over me. I guess that makes sense. Okay. So yeah, that was the thing. Uh, let's continue. Hello, fake Alec Hal Parker. Let's continue reading the thing. I'm gonna have a time editing this. It's gonna be a very interesting time editing this particular video to make it more coherent and less uh, chaotic. It'll be a thing. So yes, let's just continue reading the article. I think it's pretty good. Okay. The US law makes no assumptions that an organization or a person receiving funds from a foreign power is a foreign agent, which is another big thing. The Georgian law assumes that only receiving foreign funds makes an organization a foreign agent. This is an extremely important difference. Georgian organizations, which act only in Georgia's interest in providing benefits to its population, are labeled foreign agents. In America, individuals and organizations who receive foreign funds and carry out activities that benefit Americans are not labeled foreign agents. They are foreign agents only if they act on the specific instructions of a foreign principal. Moreover, the US law makes a distinction that the Georgian law does not between types of foreign principals. Only a person acting on behalf of a foreign government or a political party has to register under FARA. A person acting on behalf of a foreign company or organization is exempted from registering under FARA if they register instead under the less burdensome Lobbying Disclosure Act. Your humble correspondent is registered in the United States under the Lobbying Disclosure Act for lobbying on behalf of a Georgian company. Therefore, the US law makes a distinction between an agent acting on behalf of a foreign government and an agent acting on behalf of a private or non-profit interest. The Georgian law makes no such distinction. Who is not a foreign agent? The US FARA exempts from the definition of foreign agent all of the following persons and organizations: humanitarian aid organizations, persons, and organizations engaged in the following activities: religious, scholastic, academic, scientific, fine arts, media organizations with foreign ownership whose policies are not directed by a foreign power, allies of the United States, lawyers representing clients in legal proceedings. The Georgian law does not exempt any of these persons or activities. Accordingly, under the Georgian law, unlike in the United States, the following are foreign agents. Georgian organizations which receive funding from allies of Georgia like the USA, the EU, Japan, and many other friendly countries. Humanitarian aid organizations who provide help to the 650,000 Georgians who live below the country's poverty line. Georgian scientific, academic, and artistic organizations which received foreign funding. Georgian religious organizations which receive foreign funding. Media organizations that receive foreign funding, even if their policies are not directed by a foreign power. Non-profit entities with foreign funding representing clients in Georgian court and administrative proceedings. While many of us have called the Georgian law a Russian law, it is notable that the Russian law, like the US law, exempts religious organizations from its coverage. That would indicate that the Russian government is more tolerant on the subject of religious freedom than the Georgian government. The Georgian law's apparently intentional decision to not exempt religious organizations when the US and Russian laws do raises serious questions about the motivation for this particular legislative choice. Against which religious and religious organizations will the Georgian Foreign Agents Law be enforced? Friends and foes, blurred lines. While the U.S. Foreign Agents Registration Act was adopted to monitor the activities of America's enemies, the Georgian government's proposed foreign agents law is directed at the country's friends. The United States and the European Union, of course, Bad Empanada would just laugh at this, so whatever. Whom the Georgian Dream government actually accuses daily of trying to overthrow the Georgian government and open a second front. Have in every forum and at every opportunity supported Georgia's territorial integrity. This is also an important fact that the US and the EU have supported Georgia's territorial integrity. You know, the 20% of Georgia that Russia has wrestled in 2008, was it? Russia, whom the Georgian Dream never mentions as an agent of foreign influence, has taken 20% of Georgia's territory and killed thousands of its citizens and soldiers. The United States has given Georgia US $4.5 billion in foreign assistance since 1992, $1 billion of it as emergency aid after the Russian invasion of 2008. Russia has twice in history taken away Georgia's independence, much more recently taken its territory and given it nothing but war and threats for the past 30 years. As confirmed by intelligence agencies all over the world, Russia has elaborate covert operations to influence politics in foreign countries, Georgia foremost among them. The Georgian public should therefore recognize the Foreign Agents Law for what it is, an attack on the country's Western allies and a present to the Russian Federation with its foreign policy, which its foreign policy is increasingly aligned. So there we go. We've watched the video. Now we can continue watching Bad Empanadas. I hope this article has illuminated why the Georgian Foreign Agent Law is not simply a law that forces NGOs to disclose its funding, right? I hope this is sufficient.
Represents a threat to democracy. What it really represents is a threat to their clandestine operations, to the illusion that the groups that they fund are independent rather than agents for their interests. There is
I have no clue what that means. I have no clue how in bad Empanada's mind NGOs are used as agents for foreign interest. I would need to see examples. I would need to see evidence. Polyphonics, thank you for the info. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Because I've heard that Bad Empanada, especially on the Bad Empanada channel, I assume this is a pre-made video, correct? So I've heard that usually those videos are pretty well researched and pretty well argumented. So I would like to see more of that here. I would like to see the examples of the NGOs, how they act as foreign agents, and what interests they push. I don't know. Fake Alec Parker.
It's also pretty convincing.
Also, we're just 1 minute in. We did all that, and we're just 1 minute into the video. I've just realized. So, we are in it for the long haul. We are in it for the long ride. This is gonna be a long stream, I have a feeling. We just covered 1 minute. But you know, I guess you just get this level of in-depth analysis on this stream, on this show.
Convincing evidence to indicate that the US much more directly interfered in Ukrainian politics, as leaked conversations from their embassy make it pretty clear that they had direct input in choosing which Ukrainian politicians would be a part of the
No, that's not true. It's not choosing. It's indicating a preference. And also, that same phone call indicated that the US government wanted the protesters to be able to talk to Yanukovych and find a deal. Not that they wanted to replace Yanukovych. So, invoking this phone call is a very bad idea on Pat and Panara's side. Voice through to be Piat. I think we're in play. The Klitschko piece is obviously the complicated electron here, especially the announcement of him as deputy prime minister. And you've seen some of my notes on the troubles in the marriage right now, so we're trying to get a read really fast on where he is on this stuff. But I think your argument to him, which you'll need to make, I think that's the next phone call you want to set up, is exactly the one you made to Yats. And I'm glad you sort of put him on the spot on where he fits in this scenario. And I'm very glad that he said what he said in response. I don't think Glitch should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good idea. I'm sorry, this is not them picking and choosing who will and who will not go into the government.
posts made in government. So again, if you're going to go to
ridiculous. And if you know the full call, then you will know that they indicated that they wanted the protesters to make a deal. Just so you know.
the comments right now and express your anger about the things that I just said, this might not be the video for you because
there is no anger. There is no anger. You're simply saying incorrect statements. Like, if I'm gonna see you talk about things that are not correct, then I'm just gonna comment on it. I'm not gonna just turn off the video. Especially since there are things in this video that I do agree with. So
simply do not live in the same reality, and if we don't agree on the basic ground facts, we can't have a discussion about this. None of that means that Russia was some sort of victim of all of this, as it's often framed as. Russia simply lost out in a geopolitical conflict to its geopolitical rivals, something that you would kind of expect, as obviously the US and EU are far more powerful than Russia is. Up until this point, you could have reasonably said that Russia was pretty clearly the lesser evil in this situation.
No, you absolutely could not say that. You'd be very, very naive to say that Russia was the lesser of the two evils in this situation, considering that all of the economic pressure that it had on Ukraine, considering all the corruption that it enabled. No, you absolutely cannot say actually that Russia was the lesser of the two evils in this scenario. You'd have to bend the facts pretty heavily to come to that conclusion, which, to be fair, you did, as we've demonstrated minutes ago.
Because there was far, far clearer evidence of way more direct, way more pervasive EU and US interference in Ukrainian internal affairs. Russia
Oh, really? Oh, really? The EU funding, the EU and the US funding NGOs is a far more direct and, I guess,
pervasive EU and US
more pervasive and direct. Funding NGOs is more pervasive and direct than poisoning a presidential candidate. The funding of NGOs is more pervasive and direct than trying to murder a presidential candidate because he was pro-Western. We maybe really do live in different realities when the founding of the NGOs is considered more direct. Or Russia directly pressuring Ukraine by cutting off gas. That is less direct interference than funding of NGOs. The taxation of products that have been noted before. Exactly. Thank you. Exactly.
interference in Ukrainian internal affairs. Russia then invaded parts of eastern Ukraine, Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk. And that
is actually good. I like this. I told you, when he will say something that I agree with, I will say it. I am glad that he framed Crimea as being invaded.
kind of the point where they lose any sort of high ground here. Because if pervasive...
They never had any high ground. I'm sorry to say, they never had any high ground.
Interference in Ukrainian politics is bad, invading Ukraine is a lot worse. And another fact that I need to establish here before moving on is, please don't pretend that there was some sort of real separatist militias in those places and Russia was just joining up with them. They are puppets of Russia. They exist to press Russian interests. And that is why, later on, it became very clear that it was just an excuse to annex these places into Russia.
Yeah, correct. Good. Good. I agree. Yeah. That is absolutely correct.
Eventually, because Russia literally officially annexed them. So the post-Maidan government in Ukraine obviously sucked. It was your generic IMF neoliberal shock treatment sort of puppet government that the US and EU love to install in their victim countries.
I'm sorry, there was a free election. What does install mean? I would love that Empanada to explain to me what the term install means in this case. When those governments were chosen via an election. An actual free election, not the farce that happened in the Soviet bloc.
And yeah, that sucks really bad. That's a problem for Ukrainians, isn't it? It's a problem.
I have no clue what installing a government means in this context. And I would love to get that context. I would love to get that explanation. How did the US install the government in all? Because he didn't just say Ukraine here. He said all the post-communist countries. That would include Poland. So I would love to get an answer to that.
Problem for them to fight against. And being invaded by your much bigger neighbor...
But that is also true, by the way. That statement is also correct.
...is not really...
that it's for Ukraine to deal with.
...a solution to the problems that Ukrainians were having with that, was it? In fact, I would say that causes them a lot more problems, given that as a result of the invasion, they lost one of their most important port cities, as well as two not insignificant regions in the east. Russia, ironically, by doing this to Ukraine, pretty much completely destroyed any chance of regaining any sort of goodwill or support in Ukraine. It was really the geopolitical equivalent of a baby throwing a tantrum because it lost out in its power struggle with the other geopolitical bloc. For all of the shit that is rightfully thrown at the US and EU for pretty much just using Ukraine and its people as pawns against Russia, it's not
It's far more complicated than that, but
like Russia is much better or better at all, because war is quite a bit worse than having an IMF puppet government. Pro-Russia
I have no idea what the puppet government... Okay, this goes back to my question. How was the puppet government, quote-unquote, installed?
people and people who like to pretend
Like what? Were all the people in Ukraine just bought off to vote for certain candidates that US handpicked?
they're not pro-Russia, but nonetheless
That process would have to be explained to me.
seem to be. Like to bring up, for example, the neo-Nazi militias in Ukraine, which, to be clear, obviously do exist, and the fact that they were ever integrated into the official Ukrainian military structure, and they are still today, is incredibly embarrassing and disgusting. But those militias could only gain prominence due to the conditions that Russia created. Russia started a war, and without that war, there would have been no conflict for those militias to fight in the first place. No way for them to gain popularity through combat. And this denazification bullshit, I mean, it's obviously a joke. Russian society
And
is
yes, all of this is correct. Yeah, what can I say? In fact, I will build up on it a little bit. There's an actual very real fear that a lot of people express that should the US choose to stop supporting Ukraine, that should the US choose to abandon Ukraine, guess what would happen? Those radical, far-right, even Nazi-esque elements would gain prominence. They would say, you know what? We've been backstabbed. We tried it the Western way. We've tried it the democracy way. We tried it the so-called liberal way. But you know what? Our way is the way at the end of the day. And they would probably, the fear is, gain sympathy. So that is an actual fear, that the fringe groups, if Ukraine was completely abandoned, would gain a lot of traction within the country.
just as conservative, just as right-wing as Ukrainian society is. Just because they've integrated veneration for Stalin into their nationalism doesn't change that. The Russian invasion in the minds of the veneration for conservative bullshit place. No way for them to gain popularity through combat. And this denazification bullshit, I mean, it's obviously a joke. Russian society is just as conservative, just as right-wing as Ukrainian society is. Just because they've integrated...
No, I'm sorry. That is a lie. Russian society is not as right-wing as Ukrainian society is. This is absurd. Especially since the far right has almost no seats in the Verkhovna Rada in Ukraine. This is an absurd statement that Russia is on equally far right and conservative as Ukraine. No.
veneration for Stalin into their nationalism doesn't change that. The Russian invasion in the minds of the neo-Nazis in Ukraine basically proved everything that they had ever said. And there's no way that the Russians didn't know that when they did it. I'm sure they knew precisely what they were doing, that attacking Ukraine would spur retaliation and provide great opportunities to extremists given the overall weakness of the Ukrainian state and its military, who they could then later point to as an excuse to do further military action, which is precisely what they ended up doing. Now let's go a bit further into...
I'm sorry. The French far-right elements are a small fraction of the Ukrainian military. They're not some powerful force within the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainian military is not overrun by far-right militias. I hope that's not the point that he's making. They have not gained prominence within the Ukrainian military.
time. Before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I thought there was no possible reason they would be dumb enough to invade. A land invasion of a neighboring country that is that big. Obviously, Ukraine has a lower population and it's smaller than Russian land area, but it's still quite a large country. Is an absurdity in this day and age. It is simply something that you don't do. Look at the
I mean, sure.
Iran-Iraq war for a fairly recent example of how disastrous and stupid such an idea is. And the way that the war has happened has really proven what I thought correct. It's an utter disaster, a meat grinder by any reasonable definition of the term. The sort of thing that a government...
Those two wars were completely different, and I think comparing them is a mistake. I'm gonna be honest. Comparing those two conflicts is a mistake.
Could only possibly subject their victims and even their own people to if they simply don't care about them at all. There's no logical, realpolitik reason behind this. It's literally just a blood sacrifice of principally Ukrainians, but also, because I don't want to frame them as the primary victims here, but still Russians as well. For no real practical reason, aside from an old dictator attempting to cement himself some sort of legacy before he dies by taking some land from a much smaller neighboring country and creating...
I mean, it's more than that. We should take this into perspective and realize that it's part of a far wider Russian ambition in the region. The full-scale invasion happens at the same time as the meddling in Georgia. That's right, the meddling in Georgia, Moldova, the hybrid warfare against Europe. It's all intertwined with Russia's ambition to reestablish itself as a significant player on the world stage and as an empire.
Creating a local propaganda narrative around the glory of this war, while pretty much every single other country in the world is abhorred by it. Russian geopolitical power, Russian security concerns, and whatever other bullshit excuses that people make up to try and justify
yes, that is absolutely true.
This invasion are obviously not worth hundreds of thousands of lives and the destruction of half of a country, even if they were somehow valid, which, to be clear, they're not.
They're not, yeah.
I don't give a shit about Russian security concerns. I don't give a shit about Russian geopolitical power. Nor could such things possibly justify a war like this. It's absolutely true that the European Union and the US pretty much just use Ukraine and its people as meat to throw at Russia to weaken it.
No, wait. Can you demonstrate that in any way?
To hurt their geopolitical rival in a struggle for the influence of the countries of Eastern Europe. But then...
Okay, now this makes me mad because it takes away all agency from Eastern Europe, basically. They're just pawns in a geopolitical game. We don't have any agency. We're barely human after all. Don't forget.
Russia is also on the other side, killing those people. So all that, Russia was provoked by the US and EU shit. Man, it makes about as much sense as claiming that Russian interference in Mexico would validate a US invasion. No, it wouldn't. You know, between a country being coerced into joining NATO through pervasive Western geopolitical interference and an all-out war being waged on it, I'd say, the former is preferable to the latter. Like, Ukraine is an actual place where tens of millions of people live. Did you know that? It's not a sacrificial lamb to be put up on the altar and destroyed in the name of fighting Western geopolitical power. If the basic physical integrity of its people is not a priority to you over that, then I don't think we even live on the same planet, honestly. I also want to address another thing, which is comparisons that are often made between the invasion of Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, and Gaza, Palestine, other similar situations like it. These situations just really...
Okay, all right. Let's see. This is an interesting... Let's see. I personally dislike the comparison. We'll see what he will have to say about it.
Not comparable at all in reality. Ukraine is an actual state that had a real military that was clearly able to competently defend itself against a much larger foe. At least it has been up until now. It looks like eventually they're going to lose the war because Putin is just fine to throw as many Russian bodies in there to gain as much as he can as possible. But Ukraine has nonetheless very competently defended itself. You know, it's an actual state, has actual defined borders, and it's supported by most of the richest and most powerful countries in the world. Palestine...
That's also more complicated than that.
And Gaza is not like that. In fact, it's pretty much completely illegal to support any sort of Palestinian armed resistance, while Ukrainians like
Armed resistance. I'm sorry. There's a difference between a terrorist group and an armed. Okay.
openly run ads where you can just like send them a donation through PayPal or something. Like it's the most normal thing in the world.
Also, I think there are a few differences between these. No, I don't want to compare. I'm sorry. I just don't want
All
to.
of the countries that are backing Ukraine against Russia also back Israel in its genocide of the Palestinian people. And that's also why it's so easy for so many liberals to support Ukraine and why they're so excited about supporting. It's like Russia's invasion of Ukraine was the best thing to ever happen to them because it
What?
allows them to feel like they're on the right side for once. It allows them to play act as the defiant revolutionaries that they like to imagine themselves as, but which in reality, those they oppose usually are. And if there's one thing that I will never forgive Russia for, it's enabling that. That's clearly way worse than hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians being slaughtered. Okay. That was called a joke, by the way. Another thing that differentiates it from Gaza very clearly is the fact that it is a regular military conflict. The vast majority of the deaths in this war are combatants, while the vast majority of the deaths in Gaza are of civilians. So the invasion of Ukraine is more of a war for territory, where there has definitely been a disregard for the
No, that is incorrect. I'm sorry. Bucha, Irpin, Izium, the ways that people are treated in the occupied territories, the kidnapping of children, the topic that I'm so deep into right now.
welfare of the Ukrainian.
The displaced people, the millions of displaced people. You cannot say that in Ukraine, civilians are not victims. We don't even know the full extent of the number of victims in Mariupol, for example.
Who are already there, but getting rid of them is not particularly the goal. Whereas in Gaza, getting rid of them is clearly the goal. Rid of them is a invasion of Ukraine is more of a war for territory.
That is also a lie. It is a stated goal of Russia to erase the Ukraine identity, erase Ukrainians as a people. The destruction of textbooks, books, the erasure of the language, mass graves filled with people, again, Bucha, Irpin, Izium, to name just a few. The kidnapping of children and putting them through the process of Russification. It is ridiculous to say that, Russia simply wants territory and does not really target the. The fact is that if it was not for the entire systems provided by the West, the number of civilian casualties would have skyrocketed, considering that Russia bombs civilian infrastructure every single day. Russia targets cities with drones every single day. You cannot say that Russia does not target civilians per se. That is a huge lie. That is a huge lie.
There has definitely been a disregard for the welfare of the Ukrainians who are already there, but getting rid of them is not particularly the goal. Whereas in
Kiev is under airstrike alarms every single day. I have the app. It went off during this stream.
In Gaza, getting rid of them is clearly the goal. But I want to note too, that does not make it magically okay. It is still a tragedy that swaths of Ukrainian men, and also even Russian men, are being sent to fight in
Ukraine. Are we completely going to ignore that Ukrainian cities are being bombed every single day?
For many of them, against their will. Hundreds of thousands of them are being killed for literally...
literally one evening, drones were flying around, and from the window of the apartment that I was in, I could see the entire air shooting at them. This is such a ridiculous thing to say, that Russia does not target civilians per se. It's ridiculous. Silly. A completely silly thing to say.
nothing that makes any tangible sense. Unless, of course, you believe idiotic Russian denazification narratives. And even then, even if the Nazis were as prominent as pro-Russia people want us to believe in Ukraine, how exactly would a war where you kill way more people than they could...
And bear in mind that Russia also utilized units that were openly Nazi. So like Rusich, to name one.
would ever imagine killing makes sense
Not to mention the private military company Wagner,
as a
which
response.
is now has been refrained to the African Corps, I believe. That they now operate in Africa. By the way, Russia is responsible for 40% of misinformation in Africa.
To that. It doesn't, obviously. It really disgusts me, by the way, when I see like people post like videos of Ukrainian police arresting people who are dodging the draft there, sending them to the front and stuff like that. And they're like, look at these Ukrainians. They are kidnapping men who don't want to fight and sending them to the front. They really don't care about their own people, blah, 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 blah. And I see that, and all that I can think of is one, Russia's doing that too. Two, that wouldn't be happening if Russia hadn't invaded. Three, any other country in the world, any other nation state would be doing the same thing in the same situation. What the fuck do you expect? Things that have only...
That's fair, yeah. Conscription sometimes is a necessary, sad reality. If your country gets invaded, then unfortunately you have to draft people for the military, because otherwise, what is the alternative? Allowing Russia to do more Buchas, Irpins?
Happened as reactions to the Russian invasion are painted as if they like retroactively justify the invasion. Give me a break. Also, just to be clear here, there is no genocide in Ukraine. I don't even...
Okay, let him make his case, and then I will respond.
think the Ukrainian government earnestly believes that, though
Okay, make your case.
publicly they will say they think there is, because they had an opportunity to make a genocide case before the International Court of Justice, but they didn't actually do one. What they did before the ICJ was a pretty clever thing, actually, where rather than accusing Russia of committing genocide against Ukrainians, they accused Russia of improperly abusing the Genocide Convention by inventing a fake genocide of Russian speakers to justify their invasion. And that's a case that I think they're going to win, because pretty clearly, Russia misused the idea of a state's obligation to prevent genocide by...
Also, that is incorrect. There is an ICC warrant against Vladimir Putin, and I think Maria Belova, I always forget her name, the person that is a representative for taking care of children. The ICC warrant on both of them is for the crime of kidnapping Ukrainian children, transferring children from one group to the other into Russia, and putting them through the process of Russification. That alone constitutes genocide. It is explicitly listed in the UN Genocide Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. Transferring children from one group to the other. So that is completely incorrect.
Inventing a fake genocide and then using that to haphazardly justify a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Nonetheless, it won't have any effect other than a symbolic one. What is happening in Ukraine is, by and large, very, very sort of old-style imperial military aggression after Russia.
Well, that's not true. Feeling it is not part of the old-style military aggression to fill holes with mass graves of people with hands tied behind their back and shot in the head. Again, Bucha, Irpin, Izium. And those are just a few. There are more. And the kidnapping of children. Those are just a few examples. The rhetoric of Russia about wanting to erase Ukrainian people as a nation, as an identity.
Russia had a bit of a baby-like tantrum because it lost a geopolitical conflict.
That is not correct. You have not made your case why there is no genocide happening in Ukraine. You just said it didn't.
conflict based around political interference in formal Ukrainian politics with the US and the EU. The vast majority of the conflict has centered around military personnel and military targets, and
I'm sorry.
actions that vast majority of the interference in formal Ukrainian politics with the US and the EU. The vast majority of the conflict has centered around military personnel and military targets.
I'm sorry. A vast majority of Ukrainian electricity grid is taken out. That's not a military target, and it is explicitly designed to freeze out the Ukrainian population. Ukrainian cities are being bombed every single day. Every single day. Missiles, bombs, drones. Are cities and villages, for that matter, military targets? This is ridiculous. This is stupid. No, that is absolutely not true. That it has just focused on military targets and personnel. That is a bold-faced lie about this war.
And actions that could potentially be considered genocidal, like the Bucha massacre, for example, or the
Okay, let's go.
documented kidnapping of at least dozens, perhaps hundreds of Ukrainian children.
No, not hundreds. Thousands. Thousands of children has been documented to be kidnapped. And that constitutes a genocide.
Need to be proven to be part of a wider campaign to...
That has been proven. Are you saying that the kidnapping of children has not been proven? That it's not an established fact that any children have been kidnapped? That all the cases that I'm working on right now are fake? That the rescued children that I'm probably going to interview are non-existent? That the organization that I'm in contact with right now is just spouting a bunch of lies?
Eliminate the Ukrainian people to be considered legally genocide. Thus far, it really does not seem to be anything like that. It is rather just a sort of 19th century style imperial land grab. The sort of
That is a nonsensical claim. I'm sorry. Russification is a thing. The elimination of... Because let's remember that to begin with, the definition of genocide is the destruction of a group in whole or in part. It does not even have to involve killing. Which is, by the way, why it's different than the crime of extermination, which Bad Empanada claims is basically the same thing, and that therefore the crime of genocide is useless as a crime.
thing that you would not expect a supposed world power like Russia to be engaging in, given how counterproductive it has clearly been for its own prestige and especially for the Russian people. Again, not to frame them as the real victims here because they are not, the Ukrainians are, but Putin is obviously a dictator, he's obviously unelected, and please don't go citing fake Russian elections at me, give me a break. And he has sent hundreds of thousands of people to a neighboring country to die for no real practical reason. Like
to be fair, Russia is doing everything it can not to conscript the so-called Muscovites. They conscript prisoners a lot for their special contingents. They try to lure foreigners or people from not core Russian parts of the country and then pay them. They actually mostly right now count on volunteers. They promise them hefty rewards and they give big one-time payouts to the families, which caused the inequality in income in Russia to even out because so many people have gotten money from their relatives dying. And Russia so far is avoiding forced conscription for as long as it can.
the most practical
It has done partial conscription, but
reason for Russia to have invaded Ukraine was to take Crimea. Crimea was the biggest prize in Ukraine. Hugely important port that Russia really gained from, especially economically. The rest of this military campaign in comparison to that is nonsensical.
oh, there are pretty good prizes to be had in Ukraine. like all the coal, you know, the coal things near Pokrovsk. The there are a lot of resources that Russia that are crucial for Russia for its imperial ambitions. Let's not pretend that Ukraine is useless as a resource. And of course, there's the demographics. Then there's the demographic crisis that Russia has found itself in, that it hopes to alleviate through the kidnapping of children and through Russifying the Ukrainian population.
Completely nonsensical.
Ukraine is required to report its Russian prisoners to Russia, right? I don't know what that means. This is not exactly true. Which part? Okay, I've said a lot of things. Oh. Well, yeah, agriculture is also a big part. Agriculture is a big part. And there's coal that fuels Ukraine's steel industry. Believe it or not, the number one industry in Ukraine is agriculture, but the number two industry in Ukraine is steel. And people often overlook this fact that Ukraine has a pretty big steel industry. So there's definitely things to be gained from Ukraine, resource wise, at least. Probably. Oh, I'm talking about bad empanada. See. And importantly, there are economical influences too, establishing that the Russian's regime can maintain itself. Right, yeah.
It is quite literally killing people for nothing, causing mass destruction.
That's not true. It's not for nothing. Let's not. That's nonsense. I'm sorry. It is not for nothing. It is clearly for something. And the goal is the rebuilding of the empire. And Ukraine has always been a crucial part of empire building. It has been crucial to Nazi Germany. Actually, Ukraine has been a crucial part of Nazi Germany's Lebensraum plan. Ukraine has been considered a lifeline for Germany during World War One. The plan was that Germany was running out of resources and food, and that Ukraine would provide these things, and that due to that, Germany would prevail in World War One. Of course, Ukraine was taken by Germany far too late for that plan to work, and there were other factors, but it is really important to remember that Ukraine does have a lot of resources, and that it has been historically very important for the empire building on the continent. Yes, that's right. All of these things in the chat are correct.
Mass misery for no reason aside from the annexation of territory to be able to say this territory is Russian instead of Ukrainian. It is a terrible situation.
That is such a simplification that I'm surprised that this channel is supposed to be where the researched and well-informed videos are uploaded. And so far I'm just not seeing it. This is the bad empanada that is supposed to be delivering us in-depth, well-researched arguments. And saying that Russia just wants to claim, oh, this is Russian land, and that this is the sole reason for the invasion is just ridiculous. There are many reasons why Russia has invaded Ukraine. And resources are part of them. And also, there are ideological reasons. Russia's identity, Russia's whole identity depends on their claim to be the inheritors of the Kiev Rush. and they want to unify all the Kiev Rush lands in their mind. That includes Ukraine, that includes Belarus. And even if it's not a direct empire building, Ukraine is important for Putin's regime to maintain an influence, yeah, and to maintain itself for that matter.
An illogical situation, and an incredibly sad one, that I really don't think there is any good answer to presently. I sadly do not see.
Yeah, there is actually a good answer to. There is a good answer to, and the West has dropped the ball on it. The West has dropped the ball on properly supporting Ukraine so that it could push back the Russian army out of its territory. There absolutely is a correct response to this. Saying that there isn't is just, that is the sad part. Claiming that there is no correct response to this.
Ukraine being able to come out of this, bar someone like killing Putin, I don't know how the Ukrainians can win.
And no, killing Putin would absolutely not solve this problem, because the problem is far wider than just Putin. Putin is just a product of the environment. Putin was chosen from a few candidates by a group of people that wanted to form a certain form of Russia. Let's remember that. Putin was chosen to lead.
Being ground down by an opponent.
That's a whole story. I will not be getting into it right now.
That does not give a single shit about the troops they're sending there, and they simply don't have the manpower to deal with it. Nonetheless, I think this situation has revealed a lot about Western hypocrisy, especially given that it is concurrent with the Gaza genocide. Seeing liberals froth at the mouth to send every sort of weapon to Ukraine, with total disregard for Russia's potential to retaliate disproportionately, including perhaps with nuclear weapons, while they can...
Oh, I guess Ben Empanada is another person that is afraid of Russia's nuclear escalation. Also, no. When it comes to, and I'm going to be quite blunt with this, when it comes to conventional means, if the West have provided Ukraine with what it actually needed, then no. Russia would have no means to respond disproportionately. Absolutely none. The West maintains an absolute upper hand over Russia when it comes to the quality of its conventional war equipment means. The US alone dwarfs Russia when it comes to conventional warfare means. I'm sorry to say. So saying that sending all sorts of weapons, which by the way is not true, all sorts of weapons have not been sent to Ukraine. That is the biggest problem. Old Vietnam War era equipment has been sent to Ukraine in very small amounts, with a lot of time in between shipments.
Condemn any resistance to Western imperialism anywhere else also lays very bare what it's all about for them. Just supporting the West, no matter what it does.
And no, I do not support the West, whatever it does. I am very much against what Israel is doing in Gaza. And I am very much against the US supplying Israel with the weapons to do it. What now? What's going to be the response to that? Exactly.
Anywhere that it does it. That the West is shipping tons of military hardware to Ukraine while also...
Oh no. And no. The West is not shipping tons of military equipment to Ukraine. If only. That is the dream. That would have been great if actually the West shipped tons of military. The US, as far as I know, has given Ukraine 30 tanks. 30. The US has thousands of tanks that it never plans to use. Tons of equipment. Don't make me laugh. I'm sorry. This is just a ridiculous statement. If Ukraine was really given tons of weapons, a lot of weapon shipments, a lot of aid, then we would not have been in this situation that we are now. Absolutely not.
Shipping tons of military hardware to Israel reveals plainly the completely cynical and self-serving nature of their geopolitics. Of course, it was already plain to see beforehand, but perhaps more people have seen it now. They really could not make it more obvious. And lastly, it's just very uncomfortable how comfortable some people on the left are with making fun of Ukraine, with making fun of, like, Zelensky, for example. Like, yeah, okay, he's a dumbass. He's someone who was just kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time. Look at him in the Panama Papers. He's clearly not the greatest patriot in the world. But, well, he also happened to be the head of government of a country when it was invaded by
What do you mean that he's not the greatest patriot in the world? They offered him to evacuate him, and he stayed during the most critical part of the war. What do you mean he's not? You can say anything you want about Zelensky's failed policies in certain areas, but you cannot deny him the patriotism. Come on.
a far bigger neighbor for no good reason whatsoever. And that alone makes him 1,000 times the person who Vladimir Putin will ever be. All of that said, I do find the fixation over the supposed poor international left response to the invasion of Ukraine to be a bit of a red herring, because the fact of the matter is that the international left really just doesn't have any significant power. Ukraine is supported by all of the world's most powerful countries. You know, what the hell?
That's not true. China is pretty powerful. It does not really support Ukraine.
Do you want kind words?
India is pretty powerful, I'd say. It does not really support Ukraine.
Ukraine has Abrams tanks. They don't need some powerless...
Oh yeah, the 30 Abrams tanks that it got from the US. Hooray! 30 tanks. Wow. Incredible. Oh, I'm sorry. 31.
Communist want kind words? Ukraine has Abrams tanks. They don't need...
Incredible. And the US has thousands of these tanks at its disposal. Thousands.
Some powerless communist party to say that they're right as well. So yeah, I just wanted to make a short off-the-cuff video about Ukraine to say that I've covered the topic.
It really is off the cuff. It's not researched at all.
As none of the last 6 or 7 videos that I've made have even had a script, but they've all gone very well. And this is a topic that I probably never would have gotten around to talking about unless I just made a quick video on it like this. It's probably not, organized in the best way. I probably missed a ton of potential points.
Yeah, you have. And you've misrepresented a few as well.
So I probably am not going to be able to source it in the most ideal way as I would like.
Yeah, clearly.
But nonetheless, I wanted to cover the topic because it is obviously a very important thing. It is a large-scale war which could have serious consequences for the future of the world, but one which has nonetheless completely laid bare the myth of Russian power, which was previously used to justify all kinds of Western imperialism. There used to be, for example, constant...
Oh, the myth of Russian power. We rounded back to the West being bad. Okay.
Articles like scaremongering about the potential for the Russian military to just invade and conquer all of Western Europe in a month. Something which I think has definitively been proven impossible at this point, given that Russia got bogged down in Ukraine alone. Imagine if it tried to invade further east, especially after the attrition that the war in Ukraine has caused it. It's simply not going to be possible. It would be suicidal for them to even try, and well...
I mean, if they win in Ukraine, then the situation would change dramatically. Because Russia would suddenly have access to Ukrainian resources, Ukrainian population to draft from. The game would be totally different. I'm sorry to say that people don't seem to realize something. If Russia prevailed in Ukraine, then it would not just be Russia invading Europe. It would be Russia and Ukraine and possibly Belarus.
Well, Putin's kind of old, and who knows what will happen once he's gone. You never really know it. Even worse people might be able to take charge. But hey, at least it would mean some sort of change. Because I honestly do not see...
it would not mean any sort of change. That is the most naive statement I have ever heard.
Any other real possibility of the situation changing anytime soon. Anyway, yeah.
There's a huge pro-war lobby in Russia right now. A huge one. Do not underestimate it.
Yeah.
All right. We're done. We are done with the video. So what do you think? What do you think of what just transpired? Thoughts? Any opinions on what just happened here? Any opinions? This is the Q&A portion of the stream. We also see a shift in Europe due to the war. Yeah, we do. Yep, that's true. And more pro-Russian parties are gaining prominence in Europe. That is why I'm still observing the presidential elections in Romania, a country bordering Ukraine. And this is why I'm still observing the general election that will happen in Romania. You have Slovakia, which has pro-Russian sympathies. You have Austria, which has been not good. Yeah. The attitudes in Europe are mixed, which is why it is very doubtful that the European Union will be able to, should the US abandon Ukraine, it is very doubtful that the European Union would be able to present a unified front in front of the US and say, no, you should still support Ukraine. If you want us to support you in your dealings with China, for example, then you must help us in supporting Ukraine. I highly doubt that in its current shape, the European Union would be able to make such a bold move. Unfortunately, it is unfortunate, but it is the reality of geopolitics. It's the reality of it. Oh. Are there any signs of Russia running out of steam anytime soon? No, not in the immediate. No. Russia's economy will be in trouble whether or not it stops the war. That is a big thing. Russia's economy is projected to be in trouble whether or not it ends the war, and there's a pretty strong pro-war lobby within the elites and within society. Why within society? Because as I've said before, a large swath of people have received compensation for the death of their loved ones in war, which means that the income inequality in Russia has been evened out in this morbid, horrible way. And so, yeah, there is a pretty strong pro-war lobby in Russia right now, which might be a challenge for Trump should he really plan to finish the war as quickly as he bragged about. The situation is far more complicated than is what is being presented in this video that we've just watched, in a lot of ways. And the situation on the front line is extremely difficult for Ukraine right now. Extremely difficult. So yeah, at least we've had some good news. We've had some recent good news that Poland and Ukraine's relations are looking to be better. The Ukrainian government has said that it's perfectly okay with the exhumation of the victims of the Volhynia massacre, which made the Polish government extremely happy and cheerful. The Polish presidency in the European Union is coming up, which means that should the Ukrainian-Polish relations be mended, not only will Poland push for more support for Ukraine, not only in this scenario would Poland support Ukraine far more, but also using its presidency, it would have the means to boost and maybe even quicken Ukraine's ambitions to join the European Union itself. So that is pretty good news that the tensions that have been going on between Poland and Ukraine for some time now are being eliminated. That is, in my mind, great news. Right? You agree? You agree with me? Who's here? Who's still in the audience? Make yourselves known. Come on, audience. Come on, audience. Chat with me a bit. Be an active part of this experience. Be a part of the stream. Hi again. Hi, my name is known. Me. Hello. There's something. Yeah. Make yourselves known. How are you feeling? How is everybody feeling right now? There's a lot of news actually. There's a lot of super present news. There's the news about Syria, there's the news about Biden, there's a lot of news. Unchained Mel. Moop. There's a lot of news to cover actually. I'm not sure. There's a lot of topics. Karasu, are you still here? What did you think? What do you think? That was a roller coaster. Yeah? Was it good? Was it informative? It's gonna take me a while to edit this into something good. It's gonna take me a while to edit this. I'm gonna spend hours upon hours to edit this, to cut out all the silent moments and sort of make it more coherent. And then 30 people are gonna watch it. And you know what? I'm okay with that. So yeah. Guess we could move forward with the I think I've started stream 15 past 10 and now it's 1:53. Covering this video has taken a while. This is gonna be a long segment, I feel. It's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a gloriously long segment. It's gonna be a gloriously long segment. Wait, what? What happened? Uh-oh. Wait, what? So, how are you feeling again? Huh. Uh, mm, all right. Whew. That was intense, wasn't it? How was Stalker 2? It's good. We're gonna play it today. You're gonna see. You're gonna see. You're gonna see. I feel mid. Not good, not bad. Just existing in this moment. Oh. I'm 20 minutes behind, but good job getting through it. Thank you. It's not about the numbers, it's about the work. True. True, true, true. Okay. Greater Range is not feeling the best, so I think we might start a poll. Wait, hold on. If I'm gonna make a move such as this, then I have to, before I even start the poll, I'm gonna, hold on. Okay, hold on. Where is that? Okay. Install. What a Jesus. It shocks me positively. It positively shocks me how small that game is. Okay. More politics or game break for Wait, am I writing your name correctly? Oh, I am writing. Okay. This is the poll that we're making. More politics or a game break for Greater Range? Choice number 1, more politics. Choice number 2, a game break for Greater Range. If we're choosing a game break for Greater Range, we'll be playing Valheim right now to sort of lift Greater Range spirits from a mid to above mid. How am I? I'm doing my best. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. checking out your channel. You secretly do drama content. It's called reacting to Destiny's. That's not true. I'm checking my Discord now, and that is what someone said. That I'm secretly doing drama by reacting to Destiny. No, no, no. Do I not have the right to react to my own husband? Sorry. I think I have the right to react to my own husband, don't I? Lucy when white chatter. When you chatter, why are you white? Yes. True. True. That is so true. Truer words could not have been uttered. Truer words could not have been uttered. Okay. I voted for politic. Wait, how many people... I'm gonna have to ask you which poll won in the side chat. And YouTube, decisively, people have decided to grant Raider Rain this break. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go and get some Oreo. Oreo. Get some Oreo. Okay? I'll be right back. Be back. I shall be back. I'll be right back. Oh. Hey. Hey. Wait, hold on. So many people left. Come on. Wait, 50-50? Okay, you have to break the tie somehow. I don't accept ties. You always do this to me. Also, if you support the work, the thing, the stream, etc., then please consider uh, donating or something, please. Or something, please. And like the stream. And yeah, and so on and so forth. And so on and so forth, and this is how it all goes. Lucy, you seem excited. Yeah, of course. We're about to you seem thrilled. Yes. I'm thrilled to put your mood above the mid range. We're gonna take a bit of a break. We're gonna play some Valheim with greater range. Fake Alec Kyle Parker, are you in? Are you in, fake Alec Kyle Parker? The well-being of the viewers is my utmost priority. Also, please donate. Also, please subscribe. Also, please invite your family and friends to the stream. It would make my night. It cannot make my day anymore, as it's night. Also, I'm gonna munch on an Oreo. ASMR. Oh, nice. I have no clue how to play this game, by the way. I have no clue how to play Valheim. I have to set it. I have to set it up. I've never played this game. I have no clue. Does this game have sound? That's right. Oh, I always ask for the feedbacks. I always do. Oh god, the game's loading so slowly. I have to show you the game actually. Hold on. Source. Well, the answer is what a loud game. Yeah, it's working. There we go. 10 out of 10. I learned a lot. I will pimp it to people. Wait for me to make it into a segment video, okay? The one thing I kind of agree with a soft version of what he said about economic puppet type thing, but you could alternatively be otherwise maybe. I think calling it a puppet is a stretch. And I would have to be installed how exactly the government was installed. Taking advantage of the situation does not make the Ukrainian government a puppet government. Those are different things in my mind. You know? By that logic, whatever government is in charge in Poland, it's a puppet government. I have to make a character. Female! Oh my gosh, this game. No beard. Blondness. Hardcore blondness. Start. I have no idea how to. Can you play this game with a controller? Connecting. So, P. Paugus thinks that the segment right now was pretty good. What's the password? DM it to me. Okay, Greaterang, DM me the password. Please. Yes. Nice. Thank you. Point was not to destroy him, but thank you. Greaterang, I need the password. I'm gonna need the password. Oh, Duck Pond. Oh God. The side chat is not scrolling. Is the problem. I have to manually scroll it. Okay, Duck Pond. Wrong password. So, yeah. You gave me the wrong password. Have given me the wrong password. What now? What now? Have to invite me again. Yes, I did. I did capitalize the D. The D. The D. I do like the D. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. This is weird. Is the thing still the same? Is the password still the same? Oh my God. Duck Pond. It worked. Wrong password. What the hell? Well, I don't know. It says wrong password. Merch store. Is this wrong password? I'm gonna try again. Are you sure that's the password? Okay, invite me again then. Invite me again. Invite me again. Oh, it's still on the top chat. It should be on live chat. Alright. You host? I don't know how. You think I know how to host in this game? You're... I don't know how to host a game. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to buy batteries for this. And a memory card. Today's a very dry stream for donations. Not one donation so far. Line in. This is for the micro SD card. Oh. Oh, I can monitor. How cool. I can monitor the sound with this. This allows me to actually monitor the sound. That is so cool. Thank you, Philip August. Okay, what's the password? Now it worked. Long, long ago, the All-Father Odin united the worlds. He threw down his foes and cast them into the 10th world, then split the bots which held their prison to the world tree and left it to drift uncharted, a place of exile. For centuries this world slumbered uneasily, but it did not die. A glacial ages passed, kingdoms rose and fell out of sight of the gods. When Odin heard his enemies were growing once again in strength, he looked to Midgard and sent his Valkyries to scour the battlefield for the greatest of the warriors in the world. They would be born again in Valheim. So it's like a Western Valkyrie profile experience. Caught up. Nice, thank you, Philip August. We're playing a game now. Wow. I wonder if you can play it with a controller. I've asked this about 15 times now. You know what we could play? Everyone, single one of us is a family on stream. Project Zomboid. Project Zomboid. That is something that we could play. What do we do? I am Hugin, sent here to guide you in your travels. The megaliths surrounding you are the sacrificial stones. They represent the Forsaken, which you must slay in order to ascend Valhalla. Cool. These magical stones were scattered throughout the lands by Odin as signposts pointing toward the ritual grounds of the Forsaken. If inspected closer, this one will reveal the summoning place of Eiktr, your first prey. Is a mighty beast, so you need to arm yourself before attempting to defeat him. Hi from the depths of anxiety. Hello, Tai. Oh yeah. Although in my humble opinion, the Roma people's rights are not protected nearly enough right now. But it's still a step in a better direction, I suppose. So what am I supposed to do now? I have no clue how to play this game. Oh, the bird is here. Okay, the bird is gonna teach me how to play. Apologies, Greater Rain. I do need to learn how to play. Talk to me, bird, little bird. Hugin. We have found a snack. Consume it to improve your health and stamina. Be aware that before long you will grow hungry again, so try to always have at least a couple of different meals ready. Did I kill the bird? I didn't kill the bird, did I? How do I use? Okay. What now? What do I do now? Don't tell me I killed the bird, please. Oh, no, I did not kill the bird. Alright, talk to me. Most items must be crafted. However, due to your recent departure from Midgard, you will have to recall the true shape of objects. Just pick things up and it will all come back to you, I'm sure. My lesser brother, Munin, tells me one can fashion a stone axe out of wood and stone. Well, I've just been giving an axe. I guess. Equip. I guess I have to craft. How do I gather things? How do you even gather things in this game? Oh my gosh. Hey, hold on, maybe I can cut trees with the axe. I'm gonna try. This is like this game with the dinosaurs, isn't it? You know what I'm talking about, right? It's one of those survival games. Okay, where's the bird? I need further tutorials from the bird. Where's the bird? Where's the tutorial bird? Have I broken the tutorial game? Where's the bird? Where's my next tutorial? How am I supposed to learn how to play a game? Okay, maybe I should gather some stones and... Maybe I'm supposed to craft the thing now. Hold on. How do you get stones? How do I gather stones? Pickaxe. Oh, how did you make the pickaxe? Ah, this game confuses me. How was I supposed to do it without the tools? How was I supposed to gather the stone and the wood without the tools? Okay. Wait, how am I supposed to craft? How do I craft? I have no clue. It told me that I can craft... It told me that I can craft a thing, but I don't see the option to. How do I do it? How do I craft? Oh, there's a bird here. Okay. The Black Forest is rich in minerals. There you can find copper in the ground and lying into the ocean shore. Now go for it and strike the earth. Okay. When the temperature drops at night or you will wet, you will suffer from being cold. This reduces your stamina regeneration. Seeking shelter by an open flame is your best option when this happens. Okay, I've gotten some stone, but... How was I supposed to get this before I had the tool? See you. Someone said something nice about me because I sneezed twice. Did you see the message? What message? No, I did not see the message. What was the message? How was I supposed to get the stones without the tools? What was the message? Oh, I'm tired. Repeat the message. Oh. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed that the side chat does not scroll. Even some food for this here change. Alright, let's go. I saw the message now. The side chat does not scroll at all. I have to scroll it manually. If you enjoy what I do, if you appreciate the stream, the subject matters, and all the cool things that come with it, then please consider, donating a bit. Will you consider? You'll be the first person to donate today if you decide to donate. Isn't that cool? You could be the first person to donate tonight. Especially since I'm preparing to go to Ukraine. So I need all the help that I can get from you. Especially you. You know? I need all the help that I can get from you. You specifically. You know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about you. Wait, where's the seashore? Where's the seashore supposed to be? You told me to find linen at the seashore, but there's no seashore. Where's the seashore? Oh my god. Mild creature is attacking me. Oh. Cool. I guess I'm gonna return. And maybe there will be a new tutorial. I was trying to find the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. See? Pretty good. These things. Pretty good. She said, she said, she said, she said. She said, she said, she said, she said.
Oh, Barry! Oh, Barry!
Oh my gosh! Thank you for the $5, Tyree. For you, you know who I'm talking about. You also love Valheim. Thank you. Thank you. You're the first person to donate tonight. Thank you so much. You're helping tremendously. Thank you. Thank you as always. Would anyone else want to follow in the footsteps of the best? Hey, where's the next tutorial? Bear. I've killed the bear. Or wait, that wasn't a bear, that was a boar. Right, let's... Alright. Oh, okay, now build a comfort and wood stack. Okay. Okay, there's a new tutorial. Where is the tutorial bird? Or are there no tutorial birds after that? Was the bird like, yeah, you can craft things and... Oh no, wait a minute. There is a tutorial bird. Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna go inside. I can see a tutorial bed inside, buried inside of there. Well, man. How do I go inside that building? That's the tutorial bird. How do I get inside to talk to the tutorial bird? Where's the entrance? Oh. Alright, talk to me, tutorial bird. I wish I could give more, but I'm moving. Thank you. Thank you for any amount that you can. You just bought some elderly lady a heart-shaped cheesecake, by the way. If you know what I'm talking about. If you've been here yesterday for the heart cheesecake story. Sleep the night away in your bed and awaken feeling refreshed and full of energy. Another improvement in your home would be some chests where you can store items. It is good practice to always have some spare equipment, and something unfortunate should happen to you while exploring. Oh no, it literally is that game, isn't it? It literally is. I don't remember what the name of that other game is, but... Oh god, what was the name of that other game? You know what I'm talking... Ark Survival. Ark Survival Online. That's the game. That's basic. This is basically Ark Survival, isn't it? I'm at 15 cheesecakes then. Wait, no, 3 cheesecakes. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, because of yesterday, yeah. Yesterday you've donated 10, yes. If you count yesterday, then you are at 3 cheesecakes, yeah. Is that good? I have some bad memories with Ark Survival, but I guess it's not a bad thing necessarily. A workbench allows you to craft complex items, as well as giving you access to lots more building pieces to construct with the hammer. What would you say to someone who just slammed they pennies in the car? Wait, what? I have no clue what you mean. The hammer what? The hammer workbench is your main way of building. That's the workbench? How do I repair? How do I repair? I'm using a gamepad. What do you mean right click? Well, I've destroyed it instead. Ugh. Oh, I've wrecked it instead. All I do is destroy. Wait, how did I do that? From such a distance? What? How did I do that from such a distance? How the hell did I do that? Okay, no, I'm gonna talk to the bird. I'm gonna talk to the tutorial bird. Hold on, I have to talk to the tutorial bird. With this tool, you will raise mighty halls and towering fortifications. Start by building a workbench. This is there will enable you to consider other things. I should have totally played through the tutorial before playing with other people. Yes, I have to make a workbench. You know, we could play Forest. Forest is a game like this as well. But Forest is, I'm pretty sure, first person perspective game. I think Forest is first person. Or Child of the Forest, I guess that's the sequel. Wait, I don't even have the recipe for crafting a workbench. Oh, we can dig a pretty deep hole. Oh my gosh. Can become a miner. Oh. And literally become a miner. Am I stuck? Oh my god, I'm stuck. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm not stuck anymore. Skill improved. Pickaxe. I'm just dumbfounded how that could happen with the car. Why are you talking about this on my family-friendly stream? What the hell? What the heck? What's happening here? This is a family-friendly stream. There are no secret folders here. Or other things like that. Try the boulders. Alright. I have 0 stamina. Do I have any oh, I've got a lot of stone. Okay, how do I unlock being able to make a workbench? Yeah, of course. Of course. This is not a... Okay, this is not a philosophy stream, first of all. I'm a history channel. Fatty. So no. No philosophy on this. Let's hit the... Oh my god! Did the tree hit me? Can you gather the plant? How do I unlock crafting the workbench? I have no clue, I guess. Yeah, triangle. Anyone else would like to contribute? Okay, so how do I create a workbench? How do I craft a workbench? How do I get the recipe to craft a workbench? Yeah, but the tutorial told me to build one, so I wanna build one to do the tutorial, you know? Use the hammer. Okay, what now? I used the hammer. So what now? I don't see the workbench option. Where is it? Oh, there you go, workbench. There we go. I'm gonna place it. We're gonna have a one inside and one outside, and then I can get a new... Okay, I can get a new tutorial. How do I place it? Oh. There we go. Where's the tutorial bird? Where's that tutorial bird? How do I open the door? Oh. The tutorial bird is not here. I'm gonna rest a bit. It's a great idea. Well, being a backseat driver, she ain't even reading chat. I am reading chat. What do you mean? I am reading chat. I've been reading chat this whole... I missed stream. Hello, Emily. I mean, the stream is still on, so you have not missed it entirely. Do you not get notifications that there's a stream? I jump on this. I jump on that. And then I sort of kind of... Honey. Oh, wow. Honey. Oh my gosh. I jump on this. I jump on that. I jump on all opportunities. Oh my gosh. Wait, where's the bird? Where's the bird? Hold on. Hold on, bird. Where are you? I want to learn new stuff from you. Or is that all? Is there no new tutorials after this? Where's the bird? Have you seen the bird? I want to find the... We must explore. Okay, let's explore. Let's explore to find the bird. If you enjoyed these streams, if you enjoy what I do, then please consider, you know, doing what? Subscribing and donating, of course. Because I'm going to Ukraine soon and every penny counts. Every penny counts. Okay? Alright? Why do we look for boars? Is this a boar trap? I already killed one boar. Stuff will come up as you do more. Okay. Cool. For food. You breed boars? Oh my gosh. How do you breed boars? Oh my gosh, my oof. I think I'm growing. I think I'm growing in certain departments. I'm gonna pick you up, pickaxe you to death. I guess I can't. Die! Oof. Oof. You don't need boulder? I do every... What do you mean? I need everything I can get my hands on. Oh my gosh. I need to put away some items in boxes or something. Too much stuff. I'm going home. I'm gonna go home. Also, I'm sleepy all of a sudden. I'm very sleepy all of a sudden. I've done a big, hefty segment. And now I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy because I'm gonna have to do a lot of work tomorrow. And testing. And there are a lot of things that I wanna write down. Oh my gosh, tomorrow I'm gonna be so busy. We'll see what happens. Oh wow, I have to... Oh gosh, there's... Alright. How is everybody enjoying the stream? So I have to play some Stalker, because I probably won't be able to play it in Ukraine, ironically enough. Wow. Oh. There we go. There we go. NGOs. I'm gonna drink. No, nobody's gonna tell me how they feel. Nobody's gonna give me a thing about how the stream is and how you are right now. Plastiline. The plastiline. Well, I'm getting ready for the day. Stream good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Getting ready for the day. It's 3 a.m. where I am. It is 3 a.m. Unchained Mel. Please consider joining the page lucyhaza.org/live and throwing some dollarinos my way. Because, as you know, I'll be going to do interviews soon and I need all the dollarinos that I can get from all of you. I need all the help that I can get to get through this. Have I convinced any of you? No? I've not convinced any of you? I think tomorrow we'll see how if my plans will go. I might be getting that tripod tomorrow. And then the last thing to do is to pack and to go. Isn't that cool? What the hell is this thing? What the hell is this beast? Where am I? I thought I was home. I thought I was going home, but apparently not. I'm lost. I got lost. As always. Just like in real life. Of course I'd be lost in a game. Naturally, I get lost in a game. Oof, how typical. Classic Lucy, how's that? Getting lost while going home. Of course. Where is home? I want to go home. Let me go home. I'm so sleepy right now. Wait, how long have we been streaming for? Hold on, let me see. 4 hours 44 minutes. Okay, we might have to go to sleep soon. You're bigger. Wait, I will die? I have to go home. Oh my god. The enemy is burning alive. How amusing. How amusing. Feel so evil. Can you not gather the mushrooms? We should be afraid of the fire, honestly. I just want to go home. Oh wait, I can see it on the mini-map. Never mind. I'm so far away from home. What are you playing? Valheim. Apparently there's been a big patch to Skyrim. Maybe that's why. Oh, and I'm going to have to edit that segment as well. Wait, this is not home. Am I about to die? I died! I died. Where's my body? Oh. Hold on. What does the bird have to tell me? Can I talk to you? Can we talk? Oh. Oh my god. Where is my body? There you go. How do I get my belongings back? I cannot? What do I do? Oh. Items recovered. Alright. I'm gonna go home now. Where is home again? Oh, okay, here. Told you. Listen. I like to experiment, I guess. Should never tell a person I told you so. Okay? Oh my god. I'm not smart. Just jump into the fire. Pick a bed? I guess this is my bed. So what do I do once I pick a bed? What do I do now? How do I lie in bed? Have I what? Have I what? Yes, it's X. I think it's X. I am. Nothing's happening. Why did you destroy the bed? Hold on. How do I rotate? How do I get out of the bed menu? Oh, unclaimed bed. Now I can claim it. Okay. The bed needs to be near a fire. Oh. Well, then I can... Okay. The bed needs to be near a fire. I see. Lesson learned, I guess. Right. So I guess we're gonna finish for today. And we're gonna finish stream, right? And we're gonna do more tomorrow. Hope we'll see. Okay? If anyone wants to do last second donations, then I'll be happy. We've been streaming for 5 hours. 5 hours is a lot. Raid Madbinder. He's big and on, and you should make him like you. Okay, let's do this. He likes Ukrainian taking calls. Well, will he take my call now? If he likes taking calls, then would he take my call right now? Right this second? No. Well, then maybe he does not like taking calls. Oh, okay. When does he do call-ins? Matt Binder. Mad Binder. Leftist Mafia 101. Yes? Is that it? Is that the one? Okay. Oh, sorry. I need his approval to raid him. He has to add me to... He has to add me to the list. For me to raid him. I cannot. He needs to give me approval. Who? The serfs? Wait. You mean lands from the serfs? Maybe I should talk... Maybe I should talk to lands from the serfs. Would he talk to me? Would Lance talk to me? Oh yeah, okay, I can raid Lance, okay. Alright. We're finishing stream for tonight. So see you. Lead with you visit Ukraine. To Lance or to who? Alright, I'm gonna finish for tonight and we're gonna go to lands. Thank you, Greater Rain, and I'll see you all soon. Okay? End stream. Thank you. Thank you, therefore, Philip August.